On tonight's program, I want to tell you a story. I guess you could call it a Valentine's Day story. I spoke to a young woman a couple of days ago. We've been speaking off and on. She's been asking for help and assistance. And I took an interest in her case because I saw something. I spoke to her Saturday on our Patreon, and she called me because she wanted to know about how she could, or if she should, deal with a certain man that she had been talking to. But you see, she had done something. They had had an argument. They had a big argument. They had a big falling out. And this is a fella, he works in IT. He's doing pretty well for himself. But she got into it with him, and she said a number of very unkind, emasculating things. Now, I actually brought her there because I thought she'd be useful for something else. But then when I heard all this going on, I said, maybe I should stick around a little bit longer, find out exactly what's going on. And it's a good thing that I did. She exhibited every single symptom of black woman's disease imaginable. She is polite, she is attractive, she is young, and she was showing every sign of being absolutely insufferable and uncoachable. And I told her, if this is the way that you were behaving with him, I can understand why your first date was your last one. Well, she wasn't happy about this, and I didn't find out why, or at least I suspected I knew why, but I wanted her to say it because I needed her to confront what the real problem was. But before that, she told me, I'd asked her had she talked to her family about it, and she said she did. And I warned her about speaking to other people, particularly other females. And sure enough, she had spoken to her sisters about it. And what do you know? Her sister told her, you don't have to speak to him anymore. Don't worry about that. Did we mention that her sister is a baby mama? We won't even go into the details of that one, but by the way, yeah, she chose a real winner to have children by. So her sister, the baby mama, told her, don't worry about it. You don't need him, XYZ. Frees up plenty of time for you to sit there with your sister and your nieces and nephews. Because misery doesn't just love company, it invites it and tries to entrap it. Finally, when I was asking her about how in the world do we end up at such a ridiculous impasse, she then finally, after me pressing her into it, she finally breaks down and says what the problem was. She says, I really liked him, but I didn't think that he liked me as much as I liked him, and I was scared. I was scared that he didn't like me as much as I liked him. She was afraid that he could take it or leave it. And so, in true black female style, black woman's disease kicked into terminal mode, and she decided, even though she doesn't have any children, even though she's in her 20s, she kicked right over into the same behavior you could expect from her older sister, and it became, let me get him before he can get me. And so she goes off on him as opposed to listening, and round it goes until finally she tells him, you know what, we don't need to, I'm okay if I don't see you anymore. And he liked her text message, and that was the last time they spoke. When she spoke to me, however, I told her how foolish that was. I told her that the idiocy of what your sister said is the idea that, well, don't worry about him, there'll be another one. How in the hell do you know that? There are a lot of men out there, whole bunch of males out there. How in the world do you know you're going to get another one like this one? How are you so sure? And the real answer is you're not. The real answer is that your sister is defeated. Your sister had her chance and she blew it. And she doesn't have any problem at all helping you to blow your chances. And that's exactly where she was going. I advised her that life is short. I advised her you can't live by fear. I advised her that it's less important if he doesn't reciprocate than it is that you be true to yourself and stop lying. She was very afraid of all this. She was very worried. But I told her, give him a chance to earn your trust. Don't just assume the worst. Well, if you all want to know, she gave him a call. Well, she sent him a text message. And she was, for those of you who were listening Saturday, she was completely convinced that he wasn't going to respond. It had been over a month. It had been over a month, and she was firmly convinced he wasn't going to respond, or if he was, it was going to be acrimonious. I told her, courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is doing what needs to be done while your knees are knocking. So she sent the message, and a little while later, he responded back. My instructions to her were that when he responds, tell him you want to talk to him, and you all get on the phone, and the first thing you need to let him know is that you apologize for what you said, and say it in no uncertain terms what the problem was, that you were afraid. You were afraid that he didn't like you as much as you liked him. And then let the chips fall where they may. All I will tell you all is they did talk. So I'm not going to put her business out there. I just will say that we confirmed that she did message him. He responded. They talked. We'll see. There's a whole lot to learn about that. Last year I did a program, Valentine's Day, which of course has been promptly stolen by my copycats. I understand. It's what they do. I told you it was coming. But this year is different. This year is not, I know it's not quite what you all expect, because I'm not interested in having a slugfest about it. I'm interested in something far more important. I'm going to open up the phone lines here in a little bit because, quite frankly, I want to run an experiment. And I want to run it in real time. And I want you all to be able to go ahead and watch it for yourselves. And the experiment is very simple. How many of the women listening to me right now are willing to admit to themselves that you are sad, lonely, introverted, things have not gone all the way you'd like, and that you'd be a hell of a lot happier with a man? How many of you are willing to do that? You see, there's something to be said for younger women, because younger women today, and I'm talking about the ones in their early 20s, once they start streaking into their late 20s, it starts becoming downhill, and by the time they hit their 30s, Katie barred the door. But when women are younger, they have something that older women lose. Younger women tend to be fearless. Younger women tend to be daring. Younger women tend to not be broken. Older women tend to be broken. They tend to be crushed. They tend to be scared as hell. And worst of all, they get comfortable that way. And it is one thing for those things to happen. It is another thing for you to end up stuck that way and you become comfortable that way. I could do a lot of things, but instead what I want to do here tonight is I want us to have a discussion about how you fix this. I want us to have a discussion about being reassuring. I want us to have a discussion about going in the right direction. I want us to have a discussion about facing your fears. I want us to have a discussion about telling the truth. I want us to have a discussion about no longer just sitting there and suffering in silence and pretending that you're okay. You are grown women and you are swamping yourselves in your abysmal dysfunctions. You are swamping yourselves with pets. You are swamping yourselves with jobs. You are swamping yourselves with bastard children. You are swamping yourselves with children from divorce. You are swamping yourselves with random sex, with random strangers, with random men, with huge body counts until you've rubbed raw your ability to appropriately connect with anybody. And in the process, you become unfit. I understand that in these YouTube spaces now, it is highly profitable to sit up here and have a whole damn crap show with people and sit up here and talk about how bad they are. That gets a lot of clicks. That gets a whole lot of clicks. But Oprah Winfrey taught us that if you engage in that behavior, you can engage in that behavior for decades, and all you'll do is come back in 3 or 4 decades, and the audience of women and men who were in their 20s when you started, they'll be in their 40s or older when you're done, and they will be stuck right where they were when you found them. I want to do something different. If you are expecting tonight's program to be a flamethrower or a roast, I'm probably going to be disappointing you, because I want to talk about something that these other folks don't talk about, and quite frankly, that most people are afraid to talk about. I would like to talk about reconciliation. I would like to talk about having the courage to say what you need. Talking to Misi made it clear to me that so many people, and particularly so many of the women, are just afraid. They are terrified to death. They have been injured. They've been wounded, and they're walking around in a broken state. And hurt people go around hurting other people. And that is no excuse, but the first step to getting better is understanding why you're ill. So for tonight's program, I want to do things differently. I would like to see how many of you are willing or able to have an earnest discussion about what's wrong. I'd like to ask you all to share tonight's program here as well, but especially hit the likes for me as well also, because I know what you would otherwise be expecting. It's very easy to sit up here and say, oh, well, take a look at these dumb broads over here. They're all single on Valentine's Day and whatnot. And let me be very, very clear. It's not about a holiday. It's not about February 14th. The problem is you're alone every day. The problem is you perfected the ability of pushing people away every day. The problem is when you go and you are 25, 35, 45 years old and you have been unable to find that relationship that is going to carry you because you have this predisposition and this pre-existing condition to sabotage yourself. It's unhealthy. It's not just unpleasant, it's unhealthy. So I want to have a different type of discussion tonight. I would like to talk about what people have done wrong. I would like to talk about some of the bad assumptions. And one of the things I want to discuss here first, I'm going to have to do this. I have to do this. I want to talk to the men real quick. I want to talk to the men because it's going to be important for us to say this. I want to talk about exactly why it is that the men are critical and crucial to this discussion. It's crucial to this discussion here because as men, right now, a bunch of you have been taught that getting on the internet, together with a bunch of other helpless, unaccomplished individuals, finding yourselves a cheerleader to promote whatever your weakened position is, that's the way to go. And what you do is you come here and you're making a bunch of demands of the females, but in reality, you're not leading them anywhere. They could listen to every word you say, and exactly where you are is where you'll be. And that is the sickness and the illness of the YouTubeization of these discussions. You will have brain dead, clueless individuals who will pick up a camera, host a YouTube channel, go on all day long about what's wrong with the females. But let's be very, very clear. Females are going to respond to the quality of the men in the society. Now, yes, single motherhood lays firmly at their feet. Although we could discuss the civil rights generation, that's a different matter. But to the men today who are doing the most complaining, for the men today who are doing the most whining, you can get together in all the little chat rooms that you want to. You can complain at the top of your lungs all that you want to. You can keep doing that. But the bottom line is that until you become a leader, you don't have anything to say to the women. A lot of these women are hurt today because most of you guys, I'm not talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm not talking about them. I am talking about most of you guys listening to me, most of you who'll be listening to this recorded. You are the average guy. You have average aspirations, which is to say you just want a car and some shoes. You have average income. You have average expectations, and you are willing to do average sacrificing. You don't inspire anybody. You don't inspire your woman. You don't inspire children. And oh yeah, just like I said about black woman's disease, you're comfortable where you are too. You're comfortable sitting there. And so what you do is you come to the internet and you become the male version of all the whining ass hoes you've been talking about for 20 years. Guess what? The females been getting together, man-hating for 20 years. Well, guess what? Now you fellas have simply become the mirror opposite of that. That's not progress. Until you are actually able to lead, until you are actually able to take it as a core principle that your obligation as a man is to elevate and upgrade everybody around you because you are supposed to be constantly elevating and upgrading. Until then, you have nothing to say. Most of you guys who are listening here, most of you, you're complaining and you don't have a clue in the world what to do. You have none. So now you sound like the women that you complain about. From now on, you're going to have to earn the right to lodge complaints. You're going to have to earn the right to be critical. You're going to have to earn the right to criticize and run down women. You're going to have to earn that. You can't be working at Costco's talking about what the women aren't doing or how they're not treating you. You can't do that. Because you know what happens? You'll be sitting here working an average ass job and then you'll get upset when all you qualify for is the average female. And then you start sitting up here prison babbling and street splaining about how the females should be a 10 while you are nothing but a 5. And that's not going to work. The average male is struggling. The average male is failing. And the reason that the average male is struggling and failing is because you don't have a vision. Even if we gave you a dime female, you couldn't elevate her, much less maintain her. You're looking to get something for nothing. We've got Uber drivers, we've got pizza delivery boys, we've got a bunch of sissified sycophants with nonstop complaints. And they'll elevate fraudsters on YouTube who will repeat your complaints about the women and yet not a word about the fact that, by the way, you're not worthy of the type of female that you're complaining that you can't get. You're not even worthy. You don't even qualify for it. We got dudes out here working at Damn Me Save-A-Lot talking about polygamy. We got fellas out here driving for Lyft talking about polygamy. 3 and 4 baby mamas talking about what the women aren't doing. So I want to preface tonight's statements by saying First and foremost, to any males listening, you have to achieve manhood before you can lodge any complaints of any kind. And you can't live vicariously through some YouTube fraud spraying perfume. You need to actually have to be living that in your own life. You have to have leadership in your own. But while I'm saying that, I would also like to say a word to the successful. I would like to say a word to the so-called successful black males. And I'm going to put myself in that category as well, because I would not give advice to anybody that I myself wouldn't follow. To the brothers who did work hard, you've overcome the system of white supremacy. You have overcome the obstacles that were thrown in your way. You excel at every level. You deserve 3 or 4 victory laps, and you've certainly been taking them. But there is a problem, and the problem is that in many cases, when we as black men, yes, I'm going to say it, when we as black men achieve a level of success, affluence, we start abusing it. We do not have generational wealth, and we certainly don't have a generational code of conduct among affluent men, where you pass down this code and these principles from generation to generation. They tend to want to be voluptuaries. They tend to want to use their money simply to maximize sexual access. They're not building anything of any consequence outside of themselves. They tend to be selfish, tend to be vain, tend to be arrogant, tend to be self-centered, narrow-sighted, downright callous, if I might say so. They tend to be downright callous. They got a $200,000 car and couldn't give 2 cents to let the people around them know what they care about them. And I've seen a lot of that. Sometimes I've expressed some of those things. And as you all can see, I'm having a conversation for Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm having a conversation with Average Joe. And I'm having a conversation with the men who excel also. I'm having a conversation for all of us, because this needs to be a two-way discussion. And you can't lead when you've got flaws that prevent you from being able to be followed. So for those of us who do have our act together, we have to take a look and acknowledge what those flaws are, so that we can correct them, so that we can get people more inclined to follow us, so we can become better leaders. It is very easy to bully people into submission. Sometimes it is very easy to jam and jack your way. I just hope you all understand that tonight I want to give leeway to everybody, that we're learning. Hopefully we are learning. Hopefully we're learning to do better. And my conversation with Misi really drove that point home to me, that maybe we'll have a little leniency about that. I'm speaking here right now to a few thousand of my closest friends here, so you all should be aware. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. You're all invited to go ahead and take a look at that. Oh yeah, by the way here, I would like to go back and address that. Our dear friend there, Misi, was very upset about that. But now, and I've talked to her since then, she's got a different perspective on things. She has a different perspective on it, and she feels better about it, because that's what happens when you face your fears. And it's time for all of us to become more comfortable with putting our fate in the hands of our women and our men and give them a chance. Now, that doesn't mean that you're reckless about it, and that doesn't mean you throw it at the first person you meet. But what I am saying is that at some point we need to have a discussion that talks about where we need to be. Because we can do all the complaining in the world about what's wrong. We can do all the complaining in the world about what we don't like. We can go ahead and go on and on and on and on about that. But at the end of the day, are we trying to be together or are we not? Now, if you are one of these divestors, either male or female, if you think you're going to get a mail order bride and you haven't been paying any attention to what the African immigrants think of black folk in America, by the way, you just totally disregarded that and still talking about you're going to go get an African wife. Okay, good luck on that one. Or one from South America. Go ahead and keep flinging that pipe dream. To the people here, if you have decided that at the end of the day, that we are going to be together, then damn it, we better figure out a way to sit down, hash out our problems, work with each other. We better figure out a way to do that. Now, I also understand that some of you, quite frankly, some of you are defeated. And I get that too. Some of you are defeated. Some of you are broken. You're not trying to fix anything. You've been beaten up and busted up for so long that now the only thing you truly aspire to is a peaceful death. And if that's you, then what I'm going to say is this program hopefully will help inspire you. And this program will hopefully help you to have a little more faith. But we don't need to take any lessons from you. We don't need to take any lessons from you at all. If you are broken and defeated, the people who are not aren't looking to find a way to join you. That's the problem. They're not looking to find a way to join you. They're trying to go someplace better, and believe me, it's better. But you all already know that. As I say, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the business. And you are all invited to go ahead and join us. And I want to send a particular specific invitation to the females tonight. This is not about Valentine's Day. This is not about a holiday. This is about the fact that the way you live in today on Valentine's Day, this is every day for you. And can you be honest for a little bit and admit you're miserable? You don't like it. That's not what you want. But that you have been living broken and battered for so long that that's what you're used to. So I would like to go ahead and send a special invitation for that as well. We're going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines here. The number is 646-787-1933. We're going to go ahead and take caller from area code 703. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is CB calling from Buckhorn, North Carolina.
Okay, take your phone off the speaker. Your volume is real low. Folks, don't call in tonight on speaker or Bluetooth or anything like that. Your volume's going to be too low.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, you got to drop the call. I can't fix it. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Some folks have to get their lives together here first. I know ordinarily what you would be expecting is for people to have a program where you do the usual. Well, I just want to be totally honest with you. I'm actually sick and tired of the usual. We don't need anybody to sit up here and yell and scream and explain what the problems are. Everybody understands what the problems are. What I would like to know is how many people are interested in the solutions to it. How many people are not just interested in, quote, solutions, because you know what the solution is also. Who's actually interested in acting on it? That's the part I want to know. I put up a post on Facebook earlier today, and in that post on Facebook, I was asking about this. I just asked a simple question. I said, how many women are honest enough to admit that you're lonely today and would be much happier if you had a man to share Valentines with and get gifts? Or we still pretending all these depressing posts and girls trips are what you prefer? So many of you are angry. So many of you are bitter. So many of you are hurt You've withdrawn into yourselves like a turtle in a shell. So many of you are like that. And while I wish you could all be fixed in some way, I can't fix you. You have to fix yourselves. But I will tell you that some of the responses to that post I put up were really telling. The younger females is tended to skew younger for the ones who said that they admit that they're not happy and they wish they had a man. For the younger ones, the ones in their 20s, it was the ones in their 30s and older who were a problem. Now, they were the ones who were a problem because they were the ones saying what they didn't need. They were the ones talking about what they didn't need. There was one in particular here who said, I'll say this, though I just see this as another day. At work today, 80% of the married folks called out. Us singles, we were there. Well, you'd figure that she would have picked up a clue, but listen to what she said next. I'd rather be in a marriage, but not at the expense of being miserable. Today is only one day. I'm more focused on the rest of the year when it may or may not be all about love. And what I'm saying is how you do one thing is how you do all things. How you do one thing is how you do all things. And when you have an attitude like that, just understand it is impossible for men to trust you because you're coming to the table making it very clear that this is a standoff. You're coming to the table making it very clear that you see this as a negative. It's just, it's going to be miserable. Why would anybody trust you when you are the person who's miserable? Nobody, it is what you make of it. But the real reason these things don't work is because if you're a person who's being deceptive, duplicitous, untrustworthy, then you're ruined before you start. And as they get older, the truth of the matter is they don't tell the rest of the world, but the truth of the matter is as they get older, they give up on themselves. They give up on themselves, they surrender, and they're just like, screw it, because she's talking like, well, I'd rather be married, but in reality, what she's saying is, ain't no man gonna take me, and she realizes that if I stick with them long enough, they won't be there. Because I'm here to get him before he gets me. I'm not making the assumption that people are dealing with me in my best interest. I'm making the assumption that somebody's going to be out to get me. And then you wonder why nobody is out to get you. Caller from area code 267, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Tammy from Williamsport, PA. How are you?
All right, Timmy, what's on your mind?
How you doing? I love this conversation, and I give you a lot of props what you're doing, and I respect you a lot. I wanted to bring up something kind of connecting with what you're saying because with Black females being scared to go into relationships, there's another, I guess, dark secret that we don't speak about, and one of those things has to do with like child sexual abuse. I know so many girls who were molested as children under their mother's home, and a lot of at the time when they were young children, they suffered a lot of abuse. So that also carries to relationships in the future, and they unable to function and have a decent relationship, and that's another, I guess, aspect of why I'm there's so many females that are angry or have issues with relationships. I don't know if that's something that you're also willing to talk about.
Well, certainly those are causes, and there's a number of those involved as well. And the real issue is how dedicated you are to fixing your problems. First of all, recognizing it's a problem. A lot of Black females come from very dysfunctional situations, but it's up to you to acknowledge that that is dysfunctional, negative, bad, because what typically tends to happen is the Black females come from these bad situations, and then they just mimic exactly what they lived under. Knowing how badly it hurt them, knowing how badly it did them, knowing how badly it damaged them, they will have no problem turning right around, doing the exact same thing or worse to their own daughters. They'll have no problem doing that whatsoever. So, first and foremost, black women as a group have to get tired and be tired of losing. That's the first piece of advice I would give. Black women as a group have to get tired and become sick and tired of losing. They have to become sick and tired of coming in last. They have to become sick and tired of accepting coping mechanisms as a way of life. They have to be sick and tired of embracing their dysfunctions. They have to be sick and tired of being selfish, arrogant, vain, narcissistic, broken, demonic, corrupted. They have to become tired of that and say, you know what? I'm not okay the way I am. I'm not all right the way I am. I'm harmful to everyone around me. And that's what colors the way in which people treat me. Now, by the way, my numbers dropped when I said that. Now that I said that, my numbers dropped a little bit when I said that. That's going to be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of individuals.
Yeah.
Not because what I said was wrong, not because it was inaccurate, but because it's like, okay, I don't want to accept that I'm wrong. I don't want to accept that. And that is the single biggest reason why today the complaining and caterwauling is worse than it's ever been, that they are unprotected and nobody's trying to protect them or whatever. Okay, but nobody's going to protect a backstabbing rattlesnake. No one's going to do that. Yes, very quickly.
Okay. Another thing. I noticed another situation. How do you feel? I mean, this is something that another thing that needs to be addressed. So I had a friend, and she told me a story about how her mother slept with her boyfriend. And what I noticed is within the family, again, there's a lot of these females are backstabbing, but what bothers me is how can you as a mother, I heard of sisters and cousins doing stuff like that, but how can you as a mother sleep with your daughter's boyfriend or husband? And this is something that's actually another dirty secret that people are not talking about.
Well, they can do that because they are damaged and broken. Like I said before, instead of fixing the issues that they suffered under with their mothers, they instead grow up and start repeating them. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 214. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Winston calling from Dallas, Texas.
All right, Winston from Dallas. What's on your mind?
One of the things that I think would be helpful for black men is we might need to adjust our standards from the standpoint of, I know we get into the numbering and the weight and things like that, but I have found that if we as black men would not be so superficial, that there are a lot of good women out there that may not be the Instagram model looking type woman. And I'm not saying, compromise and go with someone that you don't find attractive. But I think we as black men could probably not be as critical of a few pounds here. Maybe she doesn't look like, Sierra or whatever. And those are the women a lot of times that will not have the issues that the pretty women have because they have more options. Women that are drop dead gorgeous, and I can speak from experience, they treat you like crap because they have a lot of options. And the women that aren't as attractive, and I'm not saying go with obese, overweight. I'm saying, just girls that have really good personalities, but, they get overlooked because us guys are so hyped.
That's a very optimistic view. The problem that we have is anybody who has contacted customer service for pretty much anybody, any company in this country, when the black females get on the line, hell, black women don't like black women being on the line for customer service. So having a good attitude, just that requirement alone is a tremendously ambitious thing to ask for. It's unfortunately, more difficult to find than it absolutely should be. As far as the females are concerned being accepted, I mean, if you take a look at the absolutely, if I can just be totally honest, rancid sexual histories of most of the females in this society, it's not that they're not getting male attention. So it's certainly not that part. It's not that they're being overlooked. The females are really trying to get the top 10% of the guys, and the top 10% are, of course, trying to get the top 10% of the females, and that's basically what you have. The average guy is not going to be competitive. Now, even though most of the females only qualify for quote-unquote the average guy, the problem is the female doesn't want that. She doesn't want that because she understands the average guy is a dead end. So even if she doesn't qualify for the top 10%, she doesn't want a dead end either. So what do you do about this? What do you do about this is, for most men aren't looking for they're not looking for an Instagram model anyway. Most men will be happy, with a chick who's a decent 6, or could pass for an 8. They would be happy with just that alone. The problem is most men don't qualify for it. It's not so much they get turned down. As far as these other females you're referring to, you would have to convince them that they're not 8s and 10s is the other problem. You got females out here. Remember, I had a chick call me up a couple weeks ago. She's a straight size 18 and was telling me that she was a 8. A straight up size 18 who told me, oh, I'm a 8. So think about that for a few moments. So it's not a matter of acceptance. It's a bit of a two-way street there. So everybody's going to have to take a reality check in that regard. But as far as how the men are doing it and whatnot, the fellas need to become more discriminating, if anything. To go take a look at the chicks in child support court. It isn't that they're not being turned down. They're being accepted. They're just not happy with the caliber of male that they get, but they're certainly being accepted. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 202. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much, Mr. Black, for having me on your show. My name is Rashida Towns. And again, thank you for having me on tonight.
Hello, Rashida. And it's a program, not a show. Steve Harvey has a show. Why don't you go ahead and tell everybody why you called in?
Well, I called in because I am I just had a couple of questions. I found your platform very interesting, and I just had a few questions. I know you may not be able to answer all of them right now, but I did see your post on Facebook about the Valentine's Day, and I commented on it. And I thank you so much for inviting me, in this space. So, yes, sir. I guess my first question will be, is there hope for women who are over, well, I guess any age, but particularly Black women over the age of 30 when it comes to religion? I guess the better question is, are churches, places of worship, keeping us single? And the reason I ask that is because we grow up, we're taught, to be good girls. We're taught to follow the rules. We're taught from our grandparents. We're taught from our parents, older women in our family, to just love God, focus on serving God, focus on serving your community. But I have found that there's no space or little space for single women. You're taught to just focus on the Lord and wait on the Lord. So I just was wondering, for women 37 years old like myself, never been married, no children, and women who hold on to those values like virginity and who are considering themselves traditional, is there hope in this modern space or place that we live in?
All right. You've asked the question 3 or 4 times. Is there hope? The short answer is there can be. Yes. Is there hope for most of you? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because you are set in your ways. Let me explain to you what is wrong with the religious thing. Now, first of all, it doesn't really matter what the religion is. Most of the chicks I've met who were Catholic girls were the biggest sluts you ever met, and to this day, they're just screwed up and upside down. So those habits and traits never actually got fixed. They ran themselves into the concrete early and destroyed their ability to properly coexist with a man. So basically everything for them is, run and look for the next man to jump on top of sexually, as opposed to clearing out the baggage and saying, okay, I'm making my stand here to become a fully competent individual. Next problem is for females who tend to be devoutly religious, especially into their adulthood. We don't have the same church today that we had 80 years ago. Today, you have a bunch of fraudulent hucksters and shysters in the church is what you have today. You have a bunch of charlatans. And the problem is that the females have developed a taste for charlatans. That's the problem. The females have developed a taste for charlatans lying to them. And as a matter of fact, they pay them big bucks for them to do it. So that's how you can that's why these guys are talking about everything except single mamas. Now, back in the old days, if you walked into church pregnant, the pastor's whole damn sermon would have been about you. Today, they ignore it. And they ignore it because you got pimps and charlatans running the church. But let's be clear, they're running the church because the females want it that way. They want someone who will lie to them. And if he dared to tell them the truth, they would run him out of there. Doesn't matter what the church is. If he dared to actually tell them the truth and convict them of their sins and tell them that you're not meeting the grade, they would just simply run him out. That's what they would do. So that's the number one reason that men don't gravitate to that. Because we know that the women wish to be lied to. And that's a very bad character trait. The women didn't always want to be lied to. But in the last 40, 50 years, they've given themselves carte blanche to say, well, screw it. I should just have everything on my way. Back to that narcissism and vanity. I don't care if they're lying, is what I want to hear. I'll pay good money to lie. Tyler Perry. These preachers are telling them, don't worry. God has a man waiting for you. Ma'am, I'm in my mid-40s. I've been hearing that damn lie now since I was a child. And the same women who were sitting there when I was a child, they're little old ladies now. That man never showed up. God never brought him. You know why? Because it's the man who makes the decision, not the pastor. So the pastor can tell you that lie. But let's be very, very clear. If you're a woman who's single, if you're a woman who is single tonight, you know why you're single tonight. If you're a female and the closest to men you got is in your DMs, you know why that is. If you're a female who doesn't have a man who is protecting and providing for you and upgrading you, the things that are most important, the man who is contributing to your life, that you can point to him and say his name, and that's the one who is doing it. Whether you're legally married to him or not, if you cannot point to that man and say, this is the man who is protecting and providing for me, who's caring for me, who's upgrading me, who is invested in me, if you can't say that tonight, you know why that is. You know exactly what you're doing and what you've been doing that prevents a man from doing that. You all know what it is. Everybody, the women just play dumb, but they know what they're doing. If you ask them what they're doing wrong, they'll just sit there and read off the whole list. Oh, well, I got a smart ass mouth, and I'm not cooperative, and I'm combative, and I be getting an attitude. Oh, really? Oh, and sometimes I lie, and sometimes I hit him, and yeah, boy, I can be a real problem. Oh, really? Oh, well, what can we do, though? All right, now, if you could tell us what the problem was, you already know. The real problem is they're trying to figure out a way that they can keep being undesirable and at the same time get a man. You're not asking for a man, you're asking for a punching bag. Now, back to the religion thing one more time. The reason that men are very wary of that is because we're not going to have a woman sit up here and put a stopgap between us and our authority. And what females tend to do today is they go to the church and then they want to sit up here and say that the pastor is the authority in their home. Even though T.D. Jakes told them don't do that. Guess what? The women just ignored him. So they go there, and all of a sudden, that's why men today stay away from women who do that, because that woman doesn't want to be a man's woman. She wants to be combative in the home. And what she's saying is, oh, I don't have to submit to your authority. Now, I want you to protect and care and provide me and pay the bills and everything else, but I want to be a damn problem every day. And I don't have to submit to you because God said I can do whatever. A man is not going to commit himself to that. So the men have opted out altogether. You don't see any men in church. They've opted out altogether. And in the ultimate sign of female narcissism, this is female narcissism and vanity run wild. Where in the hell is it that your mama's told you to go look for a man? Look for one in church. The one place that the men aren't. What you need to do is sit and talk to the men. Let them tell you what is wrong, and then you have a great big cool tall glass of shut the hell up. And just listen to what they said, and then stop telling yourself that you have a right to veto it. Because when you want him to be a man, you don't want him saying, well, I thought it over, and I've decided I want to veto that. This idea that you can steal benefits from men, that's the part that needs to die. Because what's happening is the females are saying we can steal the benefits, and in reality, all you all are doing is putting yourselves in positions to work until you die. Most of you listening to me tonight, you are miserable. You know why? Because you're hard-headed, you're stubborn, you're narcissistic, and you've been told it by your mothers or grandmothers that you can finance your narcissism. Not that you need a man, which, by the way, you can't be a woman without a man. You cannot be one. You can be a eunuch, you can be a manny, but you can't be a woman. If you don't have a man there every day to be your North Star to inform your femininity, you're not a woman. This is why you see all these females sitting up here hugging and kissing on their damn sons. Shout out Kevin Durant. We can go down the list. These women are projecting that feminine energy because you cannot help it. They are projecting that feminine energy towards whatever male is available and that they see as safe. So you sit up here and see Lala Anthony and Evelyn Lozado, and we can go down the list. It is sick. Because these women have made themselves completely unfit to be with a man. So they've trapped a boy and raised him to be their companion. But at the end of the day, that's not your husband. And I want you all to understand, the females who do that most, those will be the ones who do the most complaining about the female that their sons bring home. That it doesn't matter who the girl is, she will always have complaints. She'll want you to have children with her. Okay, go ahead and give me some grandbabies, but as soon as you do that, okay, I need you to divorce that whore. So you and me can get back together. That's the attitude they approach it with. So what I'm saying is that if a woman walks around telling herself, I don't need a man as my consistent companion, you all lose yourselves. You all could become completely lost in yourselves. You don't have a say in the matter. You become completely lost. You need a man so that you can maintain a proper focus of what you are as a feminine being. You don't want it, you need it. Your job strips you of it. Your employment strips you of it. Your schooling strips you of it. These are all places that are gender neutral. Your man is the only place where you can express 100% of your femininity. And yes, that includes especially the sexual. Absolutely, that includes the sexual. You're not a woman if you're not expressing yourself sexually. You're not. And getting run through is not expressing yourself sexually. That's just hoeing yourself. Having a man that you open your body, but especially your heart and your soul and your commitment and your being to, that is coming into your femininity. And you all have been stripped of that. And the churches are not helping whatsoever. So the men are not suspect of the churches. We just outright reject them now because they no longer serve a constructive purpose. And Dr. King warned the churches, letter from Birmingham jail, Go read the letter from Birmingham jail, everyone. Dr. King warned them 50 years ago about what would happen if they didn't become serious about standing by principles, that the young people would discard the church and just see it as a social club. I'm here to tell you, Dr. King, yeah, we just see it as a social club. That's all. It doesn't serve a useful purpose. The men have discarded it. The females are hanging on because it's a place where broken females can have a masculine figure that they can focus on. But that's all they have. So he sits up there in the pulpit and that's it. And all y'all are doing is waiting for a deacon to come slide through your DMs. But other than that, there's nothing going on there. Now, you said you were 37 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have any children?
Never had children, never been married.
Okay.
I don't believe in having children until I'm married.
Okay, well, you're not built like Lizzo, so that certainly helps. However, there are some issues. How long have you been working at that job?
Oh, I was a teacher for 9 years, and this is my 5th year as a high school guidance counselor.
Okay. How long
So I've been in the education.
How long do you have until you can retire?
Another 20 plus years, 25.
20,
it's probably not even going to happen at this rate.
Right, 25 years. She's 37 years old. 37. She's going to have to hang in there till she's 63. 62.
Mm-hmm. And this is what that's where my second question kind of came up about there was a celebrity, I'm not going to name any names, that came out 40 something years old, and I'm not putting my personal business out there, but just hypothetically, she had not lost her virginity. So is there a space for women who are still, may not be in the churches, but who are over 30 and deciding that they want to be with one man? They want to marry one man and have children by one man. Is there a space for women who's deciding not to sleep with men until they're married?
Let's be very, very clear.
Or am I 40 years too late?
Okay, let's be very, very clear. I don't know if Venus Williams' story is true or not, because there are people who cast doubts on it. I will tell you one thing. If you've made it halfway to the grave or halfway of average life expectancy and you haven't consummated anything with a man, well, that tells me it can be just as bad to be a chick who's run through as one who doesn't deal with men at all. Because how am I going to trust you to be able to maintain a relationship with a man and you've had 4 decades and you don't have any frame of reference whatsoever? None. Even with arranged marriages, they get you out of there young. An arranged marriage doesn't have a 30-year-old female walking down the aisle. She's 40. That's not a prime place to be in. What is going to wind up happening for most of you is most of you are going to be living hand to mouth until the day you die. You're going to have dreams of vacations and girls trips, and in reality, you're just going to be some chicks hanging around with other chicks or some dude in your DMs who really don't fool with you for real, and you really don't have any respect for him for real, and that's going to be it because you're just such a disciplinary problem. Or you're not going to do any of that, and you're just going to work till you die as you slowly give up hope that you can have an enjoyable life because the math is against you. Or at the very least, you're going to find some dude to double up with. Most of you who get over the age of 35, you all are basically going to be resigned to a concubine position. You're going to have to be. You'll have to, because there are not enough men who can afford to give you any sort of relief because you're too old to be a kept woman. You're in your late 30s. Y'all want to be kept women. Y'all screw around and get in your damn 30s and 40s be talking about being a kept woman. If you don't quit smoking the pipe, what you are going to be is a relieved woman. Well, you'll be damn lucky to have that. You'll be damn lucky to have that because that's reasonable. Narcissism is where you tell yourself that you are entitled to that. Reality is where you actually say, You know what? The men are smart. Men are smart. Men cut a deal and get the hell out of the casino. They grab the baddest broad they can and they run. If you want to know why there's so many of these NFL players and whatnot, say whatever you will, well, they keep on getting divorced and this, that, and the other. They grab the baddest broad they can and they leave the casino. They grab the baddest one they can and then they leave. The females, they sit here and just sit at the damn slot machine until they've played back every dime and then owe $100,000. But men in general, we grab the baddest thing we can and then we leave the casino. There's a lesson for females in there. There's a lesson for you all. And in your case, this is a cautionary tale. You're 37 years old. Now, you work for a state agency, which means that when you're done, you'll actually get a pension as opposed to some 401k crap, I imagine. But the real problem here is you got to get there first. And will it do for you in 20 years, in 2042, or 2047, whichever one you choose? Is your income going to do for you in 2047 what it could have done for you in 2022? And will it ever be as good as it would if you simply had a man to partner with? And I'm not even talking about as a husband. I'm talking about if you had a man who bought you a car and made sure that that was taken care of. Just something as simple as that. Take a look at car prices right now. Something as simple as making sure that you don't have to worry about a car note. Do you realize how much weight that takes off of you? You realize how important that is. Then they tend to get, I'm just saying, then they want to get greedy about it. Too many females are living some star life that they fantasize about. Something as simple for you as that, and for any of the females listening, that right there would be highly significant. Something like the man buys your clothes for the year. Think about that. Your clothes and car for the year. Something just that simple there would take a tremendous amount of pressure off of you. You could actually put more of your income toward something else. Here's the problem. By the time you all finally do break down and concede and surrender, and then you're finally ready to stop fighting every day, by the time you're willing to do that, you're not anybody's prime option anymore. And that's why we focus so much on the girls in their 20s, because by the time you all get in your 30s, what you start telling yourself is, well, I have a job, so I have veto power. I don't have to listen to what a man does. I don't have to submit. Yeah, because that car is going to come with requirements. Well, you have no problem with the outrageous requirements that the school district puts on you and your job puts on you, and they're demeaning and degrading. But for a man, oh no, I have a personal grudge where he ain't going to tell me what to do. So just understand, when you all express that type of hostility, there you go. A car is going to come with requirements. And it should. And a shopping budget is going to come with requirements. And it should. And just like spending time with you is going to, guess what? Come with requirements. And it should. This idea that you can or even should want something for nothing, hell no. But the problem is, too many of you do. So they retreat to religion. Which really you all are treating God like a magic genie that, well, I can act as big a fool as I want to and God will reward me no matter how bad I act. He will bypass my behavior. I'll wish to God and he'll go ahead and give me a pass for my behavior. And it doesn't work. It'll never work. That's fairy tale talk. Out here in the real world, you're getting your asses broken.
Very true. Very true. And so I guess I don't want to hold your line up, but I guess the last question is, when you talk about age and women who are over 35, it is our best hope to date someone in their 60s or 70s now? I mean, it's hope. There's hope. There's always hope, right? So maybe since I've aged out with 20, 30, 40, well, I wouldn't want to date a 20-year-old anyway, but 30, 40, 50-year-old men, maybe I should look for someone who's already retiring, or what would you say to that? I know I'm not trying to take up all your time, but I'm just so curious as to what the age bracket I should, or women like myself
Here's the problem, okay? Too many of you are trying to figure out how to pick the lock without actually getting in the building first. Get in the building first and then worry about your lock picking skills. Too many of you are trying to get straight to, okay, how do I get the bag? How do I get the reward? You need to be a worthy candidate. Baby, because most of y'all are not worthy of a man at any age. He's sitting there in hospice and you ain't worthy of him. There's where you all are getting screwed up at. You become a fit, suitable female first, and then everything else comes from that. Presentation matters. You want to know why the Instagram chicks win a lot of the time? Well, there's one thing they do that most of you don't. They understand that presentation matters. Even if she doesn't have a brain in her coconut head, she does understand that how I present myself is going to set the tone for everything that comes after that. The rest of you are trying to get by on personality, which really means something for nothing. So his age is less of an issue than the fact that do you actually qualify for him at any age? Because if you think, well, he's 60 years old, he should be fine to get him next to a 37-year-old. Ma'am, he may go out with you and whatnot, but once again, the things that turn off a 40-year-old man about you are going to definitely turn off a 60-year-old, baby. You ain't talked to a black man in his 60s. He's got no time for the bull jive. He's like, hell, I got way more years behind me than I do in front of me. He's not going to want to argue with you about anything. Jason will sit here and argue with you for a little bit. A man in his 60s, he's on his high blood pressure medication. He ain't going to argue with you about nothing. He's going to tell you, get the hell on.
I hear you.
He's going to tell you, get the hell on. So just understand, you're not going to end run us. If you're not acceptable to a 40-year-old, you're not going to be acceptable to a 60-year-old. And if you are acceptable to whatever it takes to be acceptable to the 60-year-old, that would have made you acceptable to the 40-year-old, you know. Just saying.
True enough. True enough. Thank you.
It takes
so
work.
much.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. She got gamed up a little bit here. Let me get caller from area code 860. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Crazy Check from Hartford, Connecticut.
Crazy Check from Hartford. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. It's a pleasure to speak to you, Mr. Jason Black. But I was saying, man, dude, you got to be like psychic or something, bro. Because a few months ago, you were saying how even if a woman has her stuff together, she's still probably like alone and miserable, basically. And that's my aunt to a T. Because she's been a nurse, like a real nurse, my whole life. You know, she took me everywhere growing up. Disneyland, stuff like that. If it wasn't her, I wouldn't have went nowhere. I was from the projects for real. My aunt, you know, and she's very smart too. She has went back to school like in the early 2000s. She has master's degree, brilliant. But she has never had a man that I know of ever. And it was always weird. Like, why? Like, she has everything together. It's very confusing.
It's very confusing. It's very confusing right up until the men meet her. Right up until a man has to deal with her. Because the way in which she deals with her nephew is not the way in which she deals with a man. Because a man is going... The fellas in the dating market are going to do things with your aunt that you ain't going to be doing. So their requirements are going to be different. Their conversations are going to be different. How he's sizing her up is going to be different. And the problem that we run into is that these females, if they do have them a little old piece of a job somewhere, what they tell themselves is, this gives me veto power. So I'm here to extract all their daddy issues come out. Well, I need him to make a, quote, commitment, which really means slavery. I need him to sit up here and be a fool and let me wild out and act crazy, as opposed to I need to incorporate into his system. She then starts talking about, no, I'm here to make the rules. I'm here to, we're going to partner. It's 50-50. And once she starts that, the man emotionally and mentally checks out. Because understand, we only have to hear that for more than a minute before we realize, yeah, you're not the one. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 410. I think I know who this is. You're on live with The Business.
Hi, Jason and B1 family. This is Nisi from Baltimore County, Maryland.
Well, I'm glad to hear that things are at least progressing as far as the gentleman and the advice that I gave you. So I'm glad to see that facing up to your fears kind of paid off in real time. As a matter of fact, it paid off before we even got off the phone. I didn't tell everybody everything that was going on. But by the way, she had actually started getting things going before she even got off the phone with me.
Yeah. I did want to add that I was adding something to a previous caller that it took me a while, but I'm definitely tired of losing. I'm tired of toxic relationships, depression, being a victim. So I feel like I didn't identify with what you said to a previous caller about being tired of losing and whatnot. So that's why I called in.
Well, I'm glad to hear things are going well there. As far as that toxic word is concerned, I want you all to understand the people who do the most using of that term need to understand that they are the source of the toxicity. In reality, they have unrealistic standards. They have completely corrupted principles. They've got a selfish demeanor. And then when the world doesn't respond to them the way that they go for what they want, not what they need. They get out here and will fist fight what they need, but they will bow down to what they want, even if it's not good for them. And then when what they want turns out to be bad, then they say, oh, it was toxic. No, it was what you wanted. And if you can fix what it is you want, or if you can properly address what it is that you want and supplant that with what you need, then it'll be different. Females say they want cute. Well, you might want cute. You need competent. I want swag. You need reliability. I want a nigga with an edge. You need determination and ambition. And instead, you all are free to screw up your lives, wasting it and going around and around in circles. Hopefully, what we can do is get to you young enough where by the time you do realize where you're supposed to be, it won't be too late. But the real moral of your story is that you didn't let your fears dominate you to the point that you didn't make a turnaround when you could have. And you gave him a chance to do the right thing. And like I say, we'll see where it goes from there.
Okie dokie. I will.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 303. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Jessica. I'm not going to disclose where I'm calling from, but I just think this new hustle of black men trying to give relationship advice is just hilarious.
How old are you, Jess? Jess, how old are you?
Men to get in relationships with. They're unproductive. They're most...
Okay. Well, sounds like she wants to go on a bit of a screed. Not very good. Although I do think that since she is trying to troll, which is what she's doing now,
I'm not trying to
by
troll.
the way,
I'm not trying to troll.
understand, folks, if somebody tries to troll, then I think they need a wellness check.
I hit a nerve, Jason Black.
I'm going to give you a wellness check if you don't stop trying to talk over the host. I'm not here to argue with your mental illness.
I'm married outside of my race at the age of 24.
Ma'am, I'm not here to argue with your mental illness. We don't talk over the host here. Otherwise, I'm going to need to send you for a wellness check.
Marrying outside of my race was one of the best decisions I made in my...
Okay. Well, I certainly hope that we are able to get some help for her. I certainly hope that we can. It sounds like she's having some issues there, and she called in to troll. So, I certainly hope we can get her some help. Sounds like she needs a wellness check. I just thought that was interesting. If anybody knows who that was, or if anybody has her number, see if you can give somebody a call and we can do a wellness check for her. She sounds like she's dealing with a lot of issues. She's got some serious mental and emotional problems, and she needs a wellness check. So if anybody has that, or if anybody can help her or assist her with that, it would be appreciated here. But she called up to troll. And if anybody can help the troll out, then, I think it'd be appreciated. I would certainly appreciate it. Let me get caller from area code 929. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 90929 has been abducted. which is what we could expect. I think there's something to be said, especially for where these things end up, because this is a very crucial, critical point in history for all of us in reality, and especially for women in general here. It's not about Valentine's Day, is the thing I'm trying to tell you. It's not about that. Don't be silly. This is about the fact that today looks the same as every day. How many of you women right now, you are, in proportional comparative terms, you're living the same life that you were living a decade ago, 15 years ago? You have random men who are not committed to you. You're engaging in frivolous sexual behavior. You probably got a few kids, probably got a few pets, probably got a few habits, probably smoking something, probably drinking something. You're doing everything possible to drown out the pain, as opposed to turning around and accepting, I am the problem. As opposed to turning around and accepting, I actually do need this. How many of you are trying to do that instead? It's not like it's working. It's not like it's working. Caller from area code 614, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, let me make sure I've got that open. Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had you on mute. My name is Alicia, and I'm calling from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, Alicia's putting the pipe down. What is on your mind?
I was calling because last year I was listening to your Valentine's Day podcast, and I was lonely, and I was like, I can't do this another year. So I listened to everything that you said. I worked on myself, got myself together, and now I have a boyfriend, and I'm very, very happy.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. How long have you two been together?
It's going to be a year and about a month.
Okay, well, that's a good sign, at least there. Has he expressed any serious intentions toward you, or are you all just hanging out?
Oh, no. I'm actually planning to move in with him in a couple months. I'm just finishing up my business that I own in Cleveland, and then I'm moving to Detroit with him. He's trying to get a job in Kentucky, and we'll probably end up moving there.
I don't know. I would probably advise you to wait until he gets things solidified in Kentucky first. I don't put a lot of I don't put a lot of faith in that. I think you should wait until he gets out there, and if he's able to keep things straight in Kentucky for the better part of a year, then I would consider that. But I won't endorse what you're talking about right now. So your relationship, sure. Okay. Moving in with him and he's getting ready to make 2 moves? No. Wait until he gets to Kentucky. He needs to be ready, okay? If you're going to pack up and leave from where you are and you have a solid situation, he needs to be ready when you get there. So let him get ready first. And that means he needs to be solidified. Make sure ain't nobody playing with his job, because that happens all the time. You get a new job and the next thing you know, the folks there start messing with you. And the next thing you know, you don't have the job anymore. So you don't want to walk off into that. So I would advise you to let him show he's got a solidified situation first. Then you all can start talking about shagging up.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Another satisfied customer. Let me get caller from area code 347. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Brittany from Bronx, New York.
Okay, Brittany from where?
Bronx, New York. Sorry.
Brittany from Bronx, New York. And was that the smoke alarm back there?
No.
Okay, I thought
my dad always changed that.
Okay, I thought I heard it. We're going to be on the lookout for it now. All right, Brittany in the Bronx. Wow, we got bars. What's on your mind, Brittany?
So I'm 19 and I wasn't, alone this Valentine's Day, but I wanted to get your opinion on the man that I'm with currently. So,
sounds like a smoke detector to me there, ma'am. So that sounds like one to me.
The only thing is on is the fan. But I can turn that off.
I heard that squeak back there, so we heard that beep twice now. So We're getting together some funds for you for the 9-volt battery fund. Don't worry, Brittany. Help is on the way. Help is on the way.
Nah, but yeah. So he's a truck driver. He's about to be 43 this year. He owns his own business in multimedia, a multimedia company. Currently, we're about to start into the trucking business, the box trucking, hotshot type business. I'm just wondering if would you think it would be a good idea to, move forward with this guy, or, because he wants to, get married and start a family, within the next year.
How old is he?
43.
You're 19, he's 43. Does he have any children?
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Where are he and his people from originally?
I believe he's one of the ADOS from here.
Okay, you say you believe, but you're not sure. You need to confirm that. Where is he from? Is he from New York or somewhere else?
He's from New York. Whole family, born and raised.
Okay, then half of them folk up there are immigrants to begin with. You need to make sure about that. He's 43, you're 19. Here's my issue here. What are you doing? How did you meet this guy?
So it was on the streets, kind of. And while we started talking up when I was really, underage. So we stopped talking for a while, and we, picked up again.
I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of grooming. I'm really not. I am super not. I understand a lot of fellas out here are impatient, and I get that. But fellas, I'm not a fan of grooming. I'm not a fan of grooming at all.
No, but when he found out my age, he cut me off completely. That's the thing.
Okay.
So what do you mean by grooming?
Grooming means that they hang around until you're of legal age, ma'am.
He didn't even want to see me or nothing.
Okay,
like
somehow y'all got back together when you're of legal age. Just stop, ma'am. Just quit. Quit.
I texted him.
Okay.
Because I was looking to
All
settle
right.
down.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. If he cut you off as soon as how long had you two been talking before he found out what your age was?
Not long, maybe 4 months.
Okay, and
Three.
how old were you when you two met?
16.
Okay, so you're telling me that it was 4 months before he found out you were 16.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was kind of on the, I was kind of on my own.
Okay, but you're telling me it was 4 months.
On my own.
Okay, but you're telling me it was 4 months and he didn't know your age for 4 whole months? That makes no damn sense. Don't try that with me.
I know it's crazy. It's just
that's not crazy. No, that's not crazy. It's not crazy. It's a lie. That's not crazy. That's a lie. Now, if you were out here lying about your age, that's one thing. But if you're telling me that he didn't ask when he asked you what your age was, what did you tell him?
18, of course.
Okay, so you lied to this man and told him you were 18 when you were 16.
Not that's good, but
okay, that's very, very, very bad actually, because it's only been 3 years. So you could have gotten him in major, super huge amounts of trouble, even with New York's.
Oh yeah.
Even with New York's, what they call it, Romeo and Juliet statutes or whatever. Even in New York, you could have gotten him in all kinds of trouble. So it's not him I'm looking at side eye. It's you I'm looking at, because if that's the type of mentality you bring, and you're sitting here defending it at 19, this is just who you are as a person. And going forward, how many other things are you going to have this attitude about that could really get him in the bind?
What do you mean I'm defending it?
Ma'am.
I was just explaining what happened.
Ma'am, you really should stop that, Brittany. we heard your words, okay? It's not like you're being taken out of context. I'm repeating your words back to you. I was 16 years old. I was talking to him for 4 months. I told him I was 18 when I was 16. And according to you, that's 4 months later. Oh, he was asking me, but I was lying to him about what my age was for 4 months. And that's a dangerous little female to be dealing with. That's not just risky. That's a dangerous little female to be dealing with. That's not just risky.
Right.
That's dangerous.
I definitely have a lot of issues from childhood and, from way younger than that. But
I agree.
He come into adulthood.
Right. He shouldn't be so desperate that he overlooks that. Because you might otherwise be polite, but being polite and being crazy go hand in hand. So what I am going to say here is, do you have any children?
No.
That no came real shaky. Let's try this again. Have you ever been pregnant?
No, I'm just nervous. No, I've never been pregnant.
Okay.
I've always been on birth control.
Well, hopefully this man has a ladder so he can get up there and change the battery in that smoke detector there. Hopefully he can do that for you. In any case, because here's the thing, you lying about your age, and now you're lying to me about a damn smoke detector that I can everybody can hear that thing back there chirping, and you're sitting up here doing that. So, when have you been to counseling?
I guess, I don't know what that is. I guess it's my phone or something.
Okay.
There really is no smoke detector in there.
Okay.
But
the phone chirping, are you serious? Okay. I sentence you to 24 months at hard therapy from a male licensed therapist. And if at the end of that time you two still wish to get married, because in his case, I would be telling him, I'm not going to tell y'all to break up, because I don't go around telling people to do things like that. Even in a situation like this, I will not say that. I will tell him, don't marry this one. Now, I would tell him that. I wouldn't tell him to leave you. I would just tell him don't marry you. Because there are issues here. There are deep-seated issues that have not been addressed at all. And he seems to be striking me as really squeamish and beta and simpish. Especially if he's doing that. He's 40-something years old. And I got real questions about him. Like, for example, how tall is he?
Like 6 feet.
And how much does he weigh?
I'm not really good with the weight, but he's not fat. Like, he's like average.
I would want to see that for myself, because he strikes me as his behavior is just line item beta simpish here. He's 40-something years old talking to a 19-year-old. He should have already been involved with somebody else in the last 3 years. Because according to you, are you saying that you two had not been in contact with each other?
Yeah, we've been in contact, through text, but he wouldn't see me.
Okay, so now,
Instagram,
understand something.
Like
you're playing semantics and being more deceptive. This is another female trait, ladies. As women today, you all need to stop with deceptive language. Because you said he cut you off, was what you said. He didn't want anything. He cut me off. He didn't want nothing to do with me. And in reality, we've been talking the whole time. Well, then he didn't cut you off then. Which is exactly what I said. That's why I was saying, no, this isn't a misunderstanding. It's just a lie. So you've been talking to him the entire time. You met him at 16. Y'all been talking the whole time.
Not the entire time, but
under the best circumstances you can give me is he waited until I was of legal age to start laying up with me. Where in the hell is your mother and father?
Definitely not where they should be.
Yeah, because their daughter is out here hot ass in the streets. And I don't even want to know what your sexual history is. New York has a way of turning these chicks out young. New York is just a Sodom and Gomorrah for turning young girls out. Their sexual histories are disgusting. And by the time you meet them, they're just already strung through. So it's a real problem up there. Your mother and father need to be beat with lead pipes is what they need to. Because this is a very common situation up there in that New York area. And the Bronx is just wilding the hell out. The Bronx is just wilding the hell out right now. It really, really is. It's just the Bronx is just out of control, just on every damn level. But this is embarrassing. This really, really is. Your parents need to be beaten with a cat of nine tails about 1,000 times each across their faces, not across their backs. They should be thinking more of their daughter than to have raised her to think this kind of behavior is okay. You're not 16 years old talking to a man who's 40, and that's not something that your parents raised you in some ghetto projects gutter mess with. Where are your people from?
St. Kitts.
Who, where, what?
And yeah, you're right about everything.
Oh.
They're from St. Kitts.
They're from where?
I'm sorry. St. Kitts, the Caribbean.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to America. We're civilized over here. We don't let children lay up with grown men. We don't do that.
I mean, I don't have any real contact with my
You've
children
had
here,
enough.
like,
You're not going to explain this away. You've had enough. Just you being on the phone with him is enough. Just you texting him is enough. Just you texting him.
You're right.
Just you, ma'am. You do understand?
Looking
okay, ma'am. Don't talk over the host.
Good.
Just you having text messages of a sexual nature with him underage is enough for him to be arrested. To catch a predator is proving that. Just you all having suggestive conversations underage, that is enough. That's enough.
No, I understand. That's why I'm just trying to get advice and hear the truth and be a learning experience to other people on that's listening.
You are 19 years old. This man is. You are 19 years old. This man is in his 40s. I do not like the fact that he knew you when he knew you were underage, that he did not get rid of you and discard you because you had been lying the whole time. This guy strikes me as being very desperate, very beta, very simpish. I do not like this whatsoever. And oh yeah, one more thing I want you to think about. If he didn't have a problem messing with you underage, I wonder if he's got a problem doing it in 2 or 3 years from now with somebody else. So I just think you should think that over.
Okay.
I think you should think that over for a bit. He did it once. What's to stop him from doing it?
No, he talks about it all the time about how bad it was and
and
how
yet
he bad
he did it anyway. So I just want you to know. I'm just doing this from both sides. On his side, dude, you're talking to a chick, a girl who was lying to you about her age, allegedly, because this is your side of the story. I don't have his side of the story, but allegedly you were lying to him about your age straight through your teeth. And dude, when you found out, that should have been like, oh hell no, I'm out of here. Forget this, I'm gone. And he didn't do that either, which means you didn't have a problem lying to him about your age, and he didn't have a problem with your being underage, which means he knew. That means he knew what you were. And what I'm telling you is, by the way, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. So he was willing to do this once. I wonder if he would do such a thing again. I would definitely recommend you address your issues in that regard where this guy here is concerned. Like I say, I mean, y'all are seeing each other. I don't ever tell people to break up, but I certainly would not endorse a marriage in this. I would neither endorse marriage nor pregnancy in this case. Not at all.
But you always talk about how people can come from you just said it in the show, I think, that people can come from a bad situation, but it's up to you to decide what you do.
Correct. And I haven't heard or seen anything that addresses the core issues that I just talked about. Which is why I told you, I think you need a couple of years of counseling and he needs to be right there with you, by the way, because you are both of you are very high risk. You're both super high risk. This isn't anything to fool with. You're both super high risk. So I would neither sign off on anything or endorse anything unless you all have had an independent therapist to go ahead and go over these issues here, because this is not a minor thing. This is not a minor thing at all. He's in his 40s talking to what he knows is an underage girl. He knew you were not 18. He knew that. And if you're telling me that he kept asking you to see some ID. If he kept asking, he knew. And the fact that he's still in the picture now means, yeah, he knew and he always knew. He just wanted to know what the exact date was that he had to wait for. That was what he really wanted to know. How long do I have to wait?
Actually, he met me through the thing is, he met me through a friend, and his friend told him that he
some friend.
That's why he thought.
Yeah, he met me through a friend. That's some damn friend he got there. Yeah, that's some damn friend he's got. Yeah, dude, I met this little 16-year-old chick. Yeah, why don't you come on over here and do this? Come do this 10 years. Yeah, she's 16 and she lies to people. Come do this 10 years. Come do this 10 to 15. Her call dropped. The phone lines are still open, Brittany. You are more than welcome to give me a call back. Her call dropped. I didn't hang up on her. Her call dropped. I'm leave the phone lines open here, though, Brittany. You are more than welcome to give me a call back. No, if she thought she was going to call me up and there was going to be some explaining away what happened, no. No, you can't explain that away. That's every type of warning sign that there is. That's every type of problem that there is. That's every type of difficulty that there is. You don't overlook that. That's not something you go overlooking. He's 40 years old. He's got a friend who hooked him up with a 16-year-old. And the fact that he didn't go running for Interstate 95 when he found that out is proof that, yeah, everybody's on board. Mom and dad done checked the hell out and letting their daughter just do whatever while they off hitting the pipe or whatever they're doing. And then you're going to sit up here, yeah, let's go ahead and him and I get together and whatnot. What do you think is going to happen in 3 or 4 years when you're no longer as young and fresh-faced as you are and whatnot? And then another 17-year-old or 16-year-old comes sauntering by. What do you think's going to happen? How are you going to sit up here and say, oh, he said, we talk about all the time how bad it was. So did R. Kelly. So did R. Kelly. I'm not going to play about that kind of thing right there. I'm not going to play about that. I've got plenty of young females, none underage like that. I got plenty of young females who seek my guidance and want to have my counsel about things and whatnot. And I see them the way I would if I had daughters of my own. And I'll be damned if it's going to be some nigga old as me sitting up here talking to a damn 16-year-old. Now, even if she were 19, I'm still looking side eye like, okay, what the hell does a 19-year-old have to contribute to a 40-year-old again? You would have to be an extraordinary 19-year-old to even start that conversation. You're of legal age, but yeah, you'd have to be extraordinary. Okay. 40-something-year-old truck driver, hand me off your 16-year-old daughter. According to her version of the events is, oh, by the way, we didn't do nothing till I was of legal age. Well, that's her version of the events. Now, I didn't argue with her about that, but if you all think I'm just believing it because I was told it, I'd just like to tell you, yeah, life isn't that simple. Life is not that simple. But it does give us a very good segue here. Here's how a lot of you get messed up. Remember, I was talking earlier there to Timmy when she was talking about how these females at an early age, they got folks touching on them. They got folks doing things and whatnot. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens. That's the kind of thing that happens. They get out here young. Y'all start getting hot in the pants young. Your parents don't have any sort of controls and whatnot. And then what happens is you are very resentful when you do meet a black man who actually does have controls and does have standards. So you all have been raised in dysfunctional environments. Black females today have been raised in such hideously dysfunctional environments that when they do encounter a black man who is not dysfunctional, who is structured, who is organized, they actually rebel against it. They want to go back to the dysfunction and the chaos and the disorganization and the filth, as opposed to, I can leave it now. They find it to be too uncomfortable. They find it to be too uncomfortable to have someone who isn't engaging in that. So if they do meet a man who has structure and discipline and standards, then they get angry, they get upset. Let me go ahead and keep my job so that I can retain veto power and so I don't have to conform to that. And as a result, all that ends up happening is you work until you die, and it's just you, some pets, a couple bastard kids, some dope, plenty of TikTok, and a broken, shattered psyche. I'm not here to apologize for the civil rights generation. I'm not here to do that. Nor am I here to apologize for the choices in men that you made. But what I am here to do is to say that I understand how you got here, which is why I am so insistent, and it's imperative that you do something to leave it. You can't have a functioning society with broken, corrupted women. You can't have that. So I'm leaving the telephone lines open here. Very glad Brittany called up, by the way, although it wasn't quite what I was looking for in that regard. But I want to leave the phone lines open here for a few more moments. If you are a black female who is listening to me right now, if you're a black woman, and Valentine's Day is simply indicative of your life, that is just another day on the calendar, that you have blown every reasonable chance that you had, was it really worth it? Was it really necessary? Or did you give in to bad programming? Are you so used to being in the dysfunctional environment that you seek chaos, you seek problems, that you've decided to scuttle the ship and you will throw away the best thing you've ever had? Are you really that far broken? And are you okay with it? I'm doing tonight's program because that's the conversation I want to have. I'm going to leave the phone lines open the phone lines are open, by the way. I'm going to leave the phone lines open for a few more moments here, and I would like to talk to any females within the sound of my voice. If there are any women within the sound of my voice who are listening right now, and you've been suffering in silence, that you understand and you accept your life is not complete because you're alone. It's just you and a job grinding you into powder, and all of your neuroses and all of your fears and all of your deficiencies. Is that the way you've been living? Can you be honest about that being the way you've been living? And wouldn't you like some of the younger females, or if you are a younger female, to talk about that? Isn't it time to have an honest conversation about that? I'd like to be able to facilitate that, because what we're missing is being able to discuss what the real problem is. So many of you are just pretending you're okay. You're acting like you're okay. And the whole damn world can see that you are screaming on the inside. Hell, many of you are screaming on the outside. And the men that you meet, they didn't do it to you. You came to us broken. You came to us in that state of being. And all it really creates is a standoffish environment where the men are having to focus their energies on protecting themselves from you. I'd like to bridge that gap. Which is why tonight's program has not been focused on the usual crap that you hear from the red pill rejects out there. It's been focused on some adulthood. I would like to say something in particular here. I love black women. As a black man, I understand that. I am proud of where we come from, and I see my time on this earth as a snapshot of ensuring that that process continues. And I'm proud to be able to do that. I'm proud to be able to tell you all that I've never sat here and advocated for anything else. I'm proud to be able to tell you that even at their worst, I have maintained that vigilance and that commitment and that reliability. I'm proud to be able to tell you that because I've been weary of it, but I wanted to state that I'm not with the guys out there. I'm not with the clowns out there who are going to be looking for the worst. I am anathema to them. They're my arch enemies. They're not my competition. I do not respect black women. I adore black women. I understand that they are not at their best right now, but I also have full faith that they're going to achieve that. But that isn't something that I'm going to get from the internet. And that's not something I'm going to get from other people. That comes from here. That comes from me. And it is not the easiest thing in the world. It is not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be easy because nothing that's great worth having is easy. But sisters, if we're going to have faith in you, you have to have faith in us. It cannot be a give-take situation. It has to be give-give. And you are going to have as much faith in the men as the men have in you. You're going to have to believe in us as much as we believe in you. You are going to have to drop your guard. You're going to have to drop your guard, and you're going to have to be vulnerable. That was what I told Misi when she called me. She wanted to know, well, what do I do, Jason? Because it sounds like what you're saying is impossible. I said, it's not impossible. What you need to do is drop your guard. You need to become vulnerable, because where you offended this man was when you started talking to him. You were very, very combative. You came to him like you were a dude because you were afraid to show vulnerability. It is vulnerability that makes females valuable. It is vulnerability that establishes the dichotomy, the difference, the contrast between the feminine and the masculine. And yes, sometimes as men, we don't do the right things. Sometimes we do make mistakes. Sometimes we do take it too far. But that is all the more reason that the feminine believes in us. The feminine believes that we can do better. Now, in Brittany's case, it's probably a little misguided, but the feminine by its nature believes we can do better. That is what a man needs. And in return, the man adores the feminine. He adores the feminine because she believes in him, and she believes in him because he adores her and shows it through his actions, not his words. It is not going to be easy to reestablish this, but I guarantee you it will be worth it. It will be worth it because at the end of the day, right now, you're listening to a lot of people who are communicating their hurt. They're communicating from their pain. They're communicating from their frustration. They're communicating from their lack of ability to communicate and articulate exactly what it is that they're feeling. And I understand that. I understand that you are hurt. I understand that it bothers you. I understand that as a woman, you've gotten out here and whatnot, and you were given a metric ton of bad advice. And you were told that you could get out here and do things that are simply impossible. You were told that a job would be a substitute for a man. And you believed it right up until you got home and crawled into your cold bed. And then you realized, I'm not working for anything. I'm working to pay the bills, but I'm not living. And it was at that point you realized you had been betrayed by the advice you've been given. But by then, now you've lost the ability. You've committed to the game, and you keep going because you feel trapped, because you don't trust the men. And as a result, the men don't trust you. It can be fixed, but you're going to have to want that. Caller from area code 404, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Sophia. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hello, Sophia from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm calling in to tell the young women to listen to you. I'm a 57-year-old female, been divorced for a while, and I'm suffering in silence.
How long you been divorced?
Oh, for decades, like since 1990. And I had opportunities to be in relationships, and I put my job as a priority, and I regret it now.
Did you ever use your job as leverage against a man?
Of course. Of course.
You
I felt like
your
at
job
the time,
as you used your job as leverage to defy his authority and be like, I don't have to do what he says or submit to him because I'm not dependent on him because I have a job. So as long as I have that, I have veto power.
exactly. I didn't respect him. If I didn't respect the man I was with, I talked to him any kind of way. I didn't, he gave me advice. I wouldn't listen to it. I defied him any way I could because I felt like my job was all that, and it was nothing but a piece of shit. Excuse my language. It was nothing.
Might I ask, what'd you do for a living?
I'm an LPN.
Do you think you would feel differently if you had been an RN?
I probably would have been more snobbish, to be honest.
I mean, but do you think you'd be happier with the outcome?
No. To be honest, no.
So making more money over the course of 20 years, you don't think that would have made you happier with the outcome? Because there's a misguided culture out there where the females tell themselves, well, if I make enough of my own money, I'll have peace of mind. What they're really saying is I'll compensate for a man. And you never hear men speak like that. You never hear men say, if I make more money, that compensates for a female.
That is so true. And the thing is that, okay, LPNs make good money. I've been an LPN for 32 years, but so darn what? When my internet goes out, I get so frustrated and angry because I'm like, if I had a man here, I wouldn't have to deal with that. I have to pay a man to come cut my lawn. I have to pay a man to fix my oil in my car. I paid off a car, but when I had a car note, I had to pay a car note. So I'm telling you, young ladies, listen to what Jason Black is telling you. You're going to regret it when you get my age. When you look back, you're in a big house by yourself, and you're lonely, not just Valentine's Day, but every day because you don't have anybody to talk with. You don't have anybody to sit up and cuddle with. It's only so much a blanket can do for you.
Well, nowadays they think they can just go on Tinder and swipe right and get them some easy companionship. And these empty, vagrant sexual experiences, that becomes just as empty. That becomes more soul sapping than the job does. That's the crazy part. That becomes more soul sapping because a female who does not value her sexuality is her body herself. That is the only thing that a man gets in a relationship with a woman. The only thing he gets is you. If you are run through, if you have been pawed on by dozens of men, then you have destroyed the value of the only thing that you had to offer him. You've destroyed it. You've decimated the value of it. That is why it is so important that the woman has to value that. You have to value that. At the end of the day, in a relationship, that's the only thing a man gets with you. Let me find out something here. How long were you married?
I was only married 3.5 years.
Okay, now did I talk to you before, Sophia?
No. I just ran into your content.
Okay, because there was a couple
of weeks ago.
There was another lady. There was another lady. She had been married. She moved to the Carolinas. I want to say she was in the Carolinas. She came down to Atlanta and divorced her husband down there. So I was like, "You got married. You came all the way down there from the Carolinas to Atlanta to leave your damn husband and be by yourself." So now you said you've been divorced for 20 years now.
Yeah, it's a long time. I'm originally from Chicago. I've been in Atlanta since 2013.
Hell.
And the dating scene here is horrible because I'm an older woman It's a lot of hookup culture here. I'm not interested in that, but it's hookup culture here. And for me, I'm like, reality set in. I'm 57, so I shouldn't be on the dating scene. I should be remarried by now. I should be living my best life. Only thing I'm doing now is working out every day. Since last month, I just started working out to really put in some work on myself. But I mean, that's about it. I mean, I'm still working. Like, I'm probably one of those people that would die working.
It is the same everywhere. This is the real dirty little secret of it, Sophia. It's the same everywhere. This same drama, this same deceit that you're talking about that you pulled in yourself, this is happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. When you're talking about how hard it is there and whatnot, it's no different in Miami. It's no different in Augusta. It's no different in New Orleans. It's no different in Dallas, Houston. Everybody's got the women have the same story everywhere. They came to Atlanta, and what you really found out is you got a bunch of sissified mama's boys and a whole bunch of other females. Now, that's the other thing you found out is just a whole bunch of other females, and all of y'all are being cutthroat and catty and competing with each other. And there's a few black men, I shouldn't say a few, but there's a limited number of black men who really got their act together. And they basically got the run of the yard. I mean, I've been to Atlanta many a time. It's perfectly fine. You got the run of the damn yard down there. If you're a black man whose money is straight, and I'm not even talking about six figures. If you're a black man knocking down 75, 85,000 and you don't have any kids, you could finagle it and be doing pretty good as far as if you're just looking to have female companionship. The fellas got to run the yard. Now, of course, if you're making 150,000 or more, yeah, it's everywhere is your oyster. There's the real thing, especially because those of us, we're waiting later to have children and whatnot. So that gives us plenty of time to travel and move around. We're meeting women all over the place and whatnot. So women don't have the monopoly that they used to have. There used to be this really high valued monopoly that the women had. And they used to be able to just wait around and don't worry, there was a desperate fella looking. The problem is you all have plenty of males to choose from, but you don't want them. They're not ones you'd actually want. And in Atlanta, it's really a bad situation because, to be totally honest, there's not that many. The male population.
Night, come home to a decent man every night. And then back in the day, we didn't look for. If I'm a 5, I look for a man that was on the same level with me. I didn't look for a man that was making $100,000 a year. That was how we did it back in the day. Nowadays, this level up culture has people fantasizing that they're going to get these rich men, and these rich men are just going to fall for them because they put on weave and makeup. That's not true. That's not true.
Well, the real thing, though, is that you all are competing for the same small group of men. That's the other issue. By the way, they messed with my signal there for a moment, but we're back now. You all are competing for the same small group of men. That's the real issue. Because you have to. Mm-hmm. You have to. I mean, you're in Atlanta. I mean, it's blown up real quickly. And to just be able to keep it, because the bottom line is you didn't work all this time so that you could sit up here and live in poverty. You want to be at a certain standard of living and whatnot because you want to be able to enjoy some things. So, hell, I mean, even going to Perimeter Mall is not cheap anymore. So it's just one of those things where as you all have gotten older, the place has gotten more expensive, and to be able to keep up with that for any real length of time, that becomes a problem. That becomes a real damn problem to be able to do that. That's a real issue. And so, you're not going to be able to drop your standards. You're not going to be able to do that because it's not getting cheaper to be there. So, yeah, you all are fighting for a guy who can actually keep up with the rate of inflation and the rate of the standard of living rising. All of y'all are fighting for that. So at 57, best I can tell you is go holler at one of the 67-year-olds.
You're right. That's it.
You'll be prime You'll be prime real estate over there and whatnot. So just have the right attitude. By this point here, you ought to have them wrapped around your finger and whatnot. So start there.
Yes,
thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 646. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on live.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening to you, and it took so long. I'll call again. I forgot what I want to say, but you're doing a great job. I like what you're saying. I like what you're telling women.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, the early onset Alzheimer's. Caller from area code 901. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up, JB? This is LA from Memphis.
LA from Memphis. What's on your mind?
So, Saturday night, went over for a friend's birthday party. Had a great time. A lot of us were probably around 40 on up. That we've gone to school with each other, college, middle school, and had a great time. And afterwards, me and a small group went to a little bar to eat. And it was probably like maybe 3 guys and then 3 women. One of them was married. And she's married, nice looking, well kept, well spoken. And as it got late, she was like, yeah, I'm going to go. I don't want no problems from my husband. And all the guys were like, yeah, you need to go, take care of that, and we'll walk you to your car. And the other girls, I could tell they so bad wanted to interject in and sway her to stay and don't, they didn't say it, but we could just tell it was on the tip of their tongue. And after that, as she was gathering her stuff, she was like, she said, I enjoy being married and being taken care of. I will see y'all later. And she left. And it was almost like she dropped the bomb at the table with the women, and they were just left speechless, not knowing what to say. And the guys were like, hey, she enjoys it. And we were waiting for the women to say something, but they didn't say anything. But we could just tell they so badly wanted to say something against that. And that's the nature, a lot of what you're talking about, that's the nature that the women talk against. When one woman's happy and wants to protect what she has, the other women want to unravel it. And that's just poisonous.
Most of the women today have failed, and they've become more comfortable in their failure than anything else. And they want everybody else to fail with them. Thank you for giving us a call. Caller from area code 636. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Laverne from St. Louis.
Laverne from St. Louis. What's on your mind?
I just called to agree with the woman that was 57 that just called from a decade younger. So I'm 48, and I've also been married and divorced. And I just want to say being single after being married has been a nightmare. And I want to also call out a warning to the young ladies. If they have young men that are decent, productive, vying for them while they're young, to just go ahead and, cash your chips in and get up out the street. That's my recommendation.
Leave the casino.
This is my community service for Valentine's Day.
Let me find out a few things here. Do you have any children?
No, I wasn't able to have any children, no.
Very interesting. But you were married.
That's correct.
Why did you get divorced?
I had a lot of, I didn't realize this until later. Well, first of all, I knew I needed my husband, but I did not know because I had childhood trauma in my childhood. I just wasn't ready. I just wasn't able to be fully present and engaged with my husband when I was 21. I had to be, like a Yama Van Zant says, I needed to be processed. I needed to do my work. And it was really my divorce that showed me that I wasn't healed from my childhood trauma. So I needed to be processed in order to be the wife my ex-husband needed to be. My husband loved me. I have to say, I think right now I'm just living off the memory of the love that I once had. At least I know I was loved at some point.
Who filed the divorce?
I filed for divorce, but I didn't get to follow through with it. And
it's very simple, though. You filed for the divorce.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
You filed for the divorce.
I didn't do it without cause.
Okay, slow down. We'll get to that. But let's not play semantics or confuse things. You filed for divorce, and did you complete the divorce?
I did not get mine completed, but he got his completed.
Okay, well, you filed for divorce and he decided to take you up on your offer.
Well, he didn't kind of have no choice, but yeah, he filed after I filed because he didn't like the category that I was filing it under, and I was broke, and so anyway, he had more money.
Okay, well,
so he trumped me.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't really work that way. If you file for divorce, then it doesn't really work that way, ma'am. So let's not do that. In any case, you filed for divorce, and the gentleman decided to take you up on your offer. Now, you're saying that you didn't file without cause. I'd be very interested in finding out what was the cause.
I'm so glad that you asked me that. So I would never disparage my ex-husband because I love that he loved me enough to honor me. So I will never, and I still have his last name today. But so the only thing that I'll say is that my ex-husband lost me due to mismanagement. I heard T.D. Jakes teach a lesson that said a lot of men mismanage their marriages. And so for that reason, I'm just going to say that he mismanaged his role as husband and pushed me out.
That mismanage is a metaphor. That doesn't tell us what happened. That literally doesn't mean anything.
I mean, it's the truth, sir. It's the truth. I mean, I don't want to get on specific in front of 3,000 people, but
nobody knows. Nobody knows who you are.
Well, I mean, he pushed me out. Come on, I don't want to get into that. All is forgiven. We've forgiven each other.
Okay.
Hello?
Well, what I will tell you here, in all candor, this phone call could have been very helpful, but your phone call is the problem with black women, if I can just be brutally honest with you. This phone call and what you just did, this is the poison and the disease that black women choose to fester, and they make themselves into a cancer that afflicts society. Because instead of you being specific and warning people of exactly what it is that happened so that they know what to look out for, you're instead more concerned about protecting your fragile ego and your emotions, as opposed to doing what a competent person is supposed to do.
Okay.
And you're supposed to protect the next generation. You had your chance. You could have gotten this right yourself. You screwed it up. You're supposed to warn the next generation in no uncertain, brutal terms exactly what it is you did wrong so that they will know exactly what it is to do right. And what you're doing right now, this is precisely why the young females are 16 years old running around with 41-year-old truck drivers. This is exactly it right here. You all talk a good game, but when it's time to actually get off your ass and do it, you all don't do it. You sabotage each other. So congratulations.
No, okay. No, Jason. Okay, so I'll answer the question. Did you hang up on me?
We did not hang up on you.
So there was physical abuse. Okay. I mean, I was, I don't want to disparage my ex-husband. I was protecting him is what I was doing. But so now it's out there. There was physical abuse.
Perfectly fine there. Let me find out here. Where were you born and raised at?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, Missouri. And were you raised with your mother and your father or just your mother?
I was raised in foster care.
Yeah. How many siblings did you have?
My mother has 4. My father has 3.
Your mother has 4. Your father has 3.
They were never married to each other, and all their kids by other people.
Okay. Your mother and father were never married to each other, and all their children were by other people.
That's correct.
So you're saying that none of your siblings with your mother or your father were about this with each other. You're the only child that your mother and father had in common?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, a Rolling Stone and a Rolling Stonette. So they were a profile in courage. And how long?
Yeah, they were two broken vessels trying to make a whole.
We got it. Okay, we're limited on time here. I'm trying to get to a specific. I'm trying to get to a specific point though. Now, how long were you in foster care?
From age 11 till I was emancipated at the age of 18.
So you were in there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You never got adopted out.
Correct. No.
You aged out of the system, literally.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And
I still have my
how
letter.
would you define that time frame between the ages of 11 and 18? How would you define that? It was an easy cakewalk, happiest time of your life, or there were difficulties, some difficulties, or it was very difficult?
You know, I wish I could get my book out. I'm actually trying to write a book about my experience. But for me, it was good because I was removed from a toxic environment and I was able to see a different outlook in life through, being taken away from the toxicity. Yeah, it helped me. I graduated from high school. Neither one of my parents did. I graduated from college. I've been an RN for 18 years. I had a husband. Many of my aunties can't say they had husbands. So I broke a lot of generational curses off my life. But yeah, it was very difficult, very lonely, very painful, because you want to be with your family, but you can't because they're not healthy. And, it's just a lot.
Right. So what you're saying is it was better than being with your family, but then you're saying it was very difficult. So.
Yeah, because in your heart of hearts, you want to be with your family. You want to be with your family.
So were there some adjustment issues there? Did you get along with people well, or was
90
there friction
seconds. No, I was very angry. I think I came into my marriage angry from my childhood wounds. I just really, it took me 8 years after my divorce to process all of that.
Right.
It took a lot of work.
And here is my point, okay? One of the biggest things that gets bandied around, and some people think I'm insensitive about these things. I am not insensitive about them. I am realistic about them. One of the things that gets bandied about is that females kind of look for ways to, let me shut down any discussion real quickly. And so what they'll do is they'll say, well, there was an abusive relationship. Here's the issue. The issue is black women do not have a reputation for being shrinking violets. Not at all. So when they do talk about these things, they only talk about one side of it, typically speaking. They don't ever talk about it as both sides. They never mention those things. But typically speaking, all you got to do is scratch the surface, and then you find out it's they're selling us a little bit of marketing, but they left out some huge chunks in there that really matter. You were raised in foster care.
10 seconds.
Your birth parents were not anything to write home about. You were raised in foster care, and foster care has a notorious reputation in all 50 states. There's no such thing as a good foster care system. So it might be better than your parents were, but there's no such thing as a great foster care system. It just doesn't exist. And you came into
I'm not saying the whole system was great, but I know that I had great foster parents and a good experience. I really did.
I'm sure your foster parents probably weren't Genghis Khan. So that's probably great to have right there. So that's wonderful to hear. But the real thing is this idea that women are just pure, polypurebred, and that the men are malevolent barbarians is not true. When you take a look at these situations, the women describe it as, well, I was angry. What they don't say is, I was verbally abusive. I was verbally confrontational. I was combative. I might have thrown a pillow or a plate at him once. I might have slapped at him once. They don't include those details. They never say that part. So they only talk about one side of it, and then they sell it that way. But when you tell us that you came from a not so great home environment and you're in foster care, I don't need to be told that you had anger issues. All I had to hear was foster care. And I know you've got anger issues. I know you are mad as hell. I know you're hostile. I know you're belligerent because I know that you are hostile because you've been hostile on this phone with me, by the way. You're very, very pushy. You're very pushy on this phone just with me, and you just met me. You're very pushy. So I can imagine what living with that is going to be like.
Jason,
when you've actually got leverage.
I will
You're
say
doing
this
it
because
again.
I love you.
You're doing it again, by the way. Don't look now.
Not having the right covering in your life, not having fathers, not having any protection makes you a little rough around the edges.
Well, I've known some females who did. If you don't have the right kind of father, yeah, it certainly does. But it also gives them a feeling that when they do have a man who loves them and cares about them, oh, I can take this out on him because he loves me so much. Now I have a free place, a free safe space to be myself. And that's that is actually what typically occurs is once they do that, it's like, okay, I got a safe space to do that in. And that is not necessarily to say that the men are not coming to the table with issues of their own either, by the way. And that's not to say that. But that does not excuse the fact that, typically speaking, we have the most hostile women on the planet, universally. But if you let them tell the tale, you go up through any mall, through any Walmart, and they're basically walking around in their house shoes looking like vagrants with combat boots on. There's nothing feminine about it. It's completely masculine. And yet when you ask them about their relationships, let them tell it, and they are perfect wallflowers in their relationships. Completely feminine. Why, I was a Stepford wife. And in reality, that's a lie that keeps getting circulated. So if we could actually have the truth, it would be, yes, if black women would actually be honest, they would be like, yeah, we're very angry and we're very belligerent. We're very hard to deal with. And yeah, if we get into a relationship, it's going to be a free fire zone, especially if we know we got the system to back us up. So any of that anger and hostility that we didn't get to take out on our parents, on our environment, on our school, in the girls in school, the bullies, whatever, guess what? You've been elected to receive that. And then it goes on and on until the man finally either snaps or responds in kind. And that usually doesn't end very well. But the real thing is, no, this idea y'all have to understand, that yelling those words worked on the civil rights generation. It doesn't work in this generation because we know better. We got World Star Hip Hop and media takeout and Instagram. We know what the reality is. Because if all these women were these feminine dandelions that you couldn't pet, we wouldn't have to be talking about how damned unfeminine and brutal and masculine and brutish they are. We wouldn't have to do that. So I'm sure that your husband probably had a lot of adjusting that needed to be done, and it was very hard to do so. But I'm going to say something in his defense. It's very hard to love a bulldog. That can be damned hard to do. That can be very, very hard to do because he ends up having to be harder than he wants to be just to be able to tolerate all this psychological screw job that you had going on when you met him of a bunch of issues that he didn't cause. Now, there's the real thing that pisses a guy off. He didn't even cause he's dealing with attitude problems of issues that he didn't even make. It'd be different if you got in that position because you were with him. He's like, well, damn, you came to me like this. So he's trying to deal with it as best he can. There isn't any real outside intervention that teaches you, okay, here's how you deal with black women's belligerence. There isn't really anything that helps with that. So they wind up learning on the job. And in the process, you push and you push and you push. And eventually things are going to happen. Now, I'm also going to say something I've been reminding people of here. By the way, that's not new. Harriet Tubman was a damn little firecracker to deal with also. It is not new. What is new is the idea that women are entitled to treat men that way because, well, I had a rough childhood, so I'm entitled to do it. Because what used to happen was what should have happened in your case, what should have happened with Chris Brown and Rihanna. I keep talking about this. We don't have older black men and women as a cohesive unit to sit down with y'all. In your case, when you're 20s and 30s, what should have happened with you all is your mother and father should be able to sit down with his mother and father, and y'all sit there and it's like, okay, we need to talk about some of this bull jobbing going on. Because that's what used to happen. I'm from Louisiana. What used to happen is you sat down with the elders, you sat down with the parents and whatnot, and Dr. John Henry Clark talked about that. We sent the children outside or sent them away, and when they came back, the issue was settled. Now, I would like to tell you that the issue was always settled without somebody having something going inside their heads, but that would be a lie. Sometimes it would end. Sometimes when the grown folk got together, it would end with somebody having something go upside their heads. It usually would only happen once, though. It generally didn't just keep going. It usually only had to happen once. And what I'm saying is, you didn't have that apparatus in place. He didn't have that. So you got these two individuals who are probably both coming to the situation with issues, and as opposed to having a stable environment where it can be frickin' worked out, or you're both committed to doing so, instead, it becomes a situation of let me get him before he gets me. And now we started a cycle because now he's trying to keep his manhood about him. And in a situation where he doesn't want to have conflict, but he's with somebody who is insisting on her right to do so. And females tell themselves, well, as long as I don't lay hands on him, I'm good. And then they'll be throwing furniture. So what I am going to say is, in a better environment, you would have been set down and you all would have worked that out is what would have happened. That's what's supposed to occur. That isn't what occurs anymore, right? Because we tell you, oh, well, just go file for a divorce. And in the process, what you found out now, because here's the real killing part about it. You know what the killing part about your divorce is? At 47, if you could go back in time and meet your 27-year-old self, did you really need to file divorce?
No, I would much rather be telling you I've been married 27 years today.
So
I would much rather be telling you.
The killing part about it, now, once again, now, if a nigga is chasing you around the house with a butcher knife, I would never tell people get divorced. I know y'all probably need to sleep in separate houses. I'm not going to tell you get divorced, but yeah, if we reach the OJ stage, yeah, we might want to put some physical distance. But what I am going to say here is, at your age right there, you're like, yeah, I could have handled that. And we don't teach that part. No. We teach the girls they can swing on people. We teach the girls they can swing on people, run people over. Remember the chick who came down from in New York? She walked up and shot this other woman in the damn head, and they had to come to arrest her in Florida. Oh, yeah. We teach the females they can do all this stuff, and instead of us sitting them down and being like, okay, life is messy, and here's how we deal with it. Instead, it becomes, well, you get you a baby and go get on the county. Get you a divorce, get you a lawyer and get you a divorce and go get you a job. Instead of, this is your marriage. Yep. You're a freaking adult. We expect you, not we're asking, we expect you to sit here and work this out. And your husband, if he were my son, I'd be like, son, sit down. Because understand something. I'll tell you right quick. I remember years and years ago, I remember hearing this, that it was somebody I knew. I'm not gonna say their names, but it was somebody I knew, and dude had a propensity, for pushing people's buttons and being out of pocket and things like that. And so he had a propensity for saying snide comments about his girlfriend and things. He was really, really hurtful about it. And the girl actually went to his mom. She didn't go to her mom. She went to his. And she was explaining it and stuff, and the mother was just sitting there listening intently and things. And the mother was like, well, are you sure that happened? And the girl said to her, ma'am, you know your son. And allegedly, mama got on the phone and called him right over. Drop what you're doing. Come over here now. Because she was right. You know your son. You raised him. You know what he is. You know what kind of person he is. And you know he would do something like this. You know he does these kind of things. That's the way it's supposed to be properly handled. That doesn't happen anymore. You got young people who will sit up here, have sex, have a bunch of damn babies, thinking they got their lives together, by the way, have the nerve to wag their finger in other people's faces, sitting up here having babies and getting married, and their parents never met the guy. Never met the guy. She's just coming to their place pregnant as she can damn well be, and they've never met this fella. That's what we have going on now. So if you actually involve people and they were actually competent to be able to deal with that, yes, you could deal with anything. You absolutely could. And in your situation there, it's like, no, that actually could have been handled, but we don't teach people that it can be. We teach people to try to get one up. And in reality, all you end up doing is entering a world where you're by yourself. You're supposed to be taught how to handle problems and handle things. Now you're just out there on your own. And it's like, okay, the people who encourage you, yeah, go ahead, file divorce. I'll even give you the money for it. What they're not going to do is give you another protector and provider.
That's right. Jason, can I say one more thing before we go?
Yes.
So I was a disciplinary problem. I used to swing on my husband. I'm just telling the truth and shaming the devil so that these young women can make the correction. And I was non-cooperative. Those were probably the top three: non-cooperative, disciplinary problem, and I used to swing on my husband. And when I tell you, I want to say his name, but I won't do it.
No, don't say his name.
When I tell you, he broke me of all of that. I don't flex on men in any shape, form, or fashion anymore. I'm so much better. He made me such a better woman, but I made him a better man too. So anyway,
where is he now?
My call.
Where is he now?
Oh Lord. Last time I heard, because he retired with 20 years in the military, I think he retired in his last duty station in Colorado.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I flew to Virginia to see him in 2010, and that was a real reconciling. That was our last visit together where we kind of like really had a chance to apologize to each other and process our, actually it was a closure visit. So it was really a good thing for us. So, I wish him the best with his third wife.
Go with his third wife. Is he married to her or is he just considering it?
Oh, I really don't know. I don't know. I just know I'm number one.
Okay. Well, apply for a side chick position.
No.
He's got 20 years in the game.
I still have hope for me. I still have hope.
Baby, if you don't let that go, let me go ahead and stamp that little dream out right now. Go put it in your side chick position.
Oh, no, Jason, I'll come sit at your feet if you let me. But anyway, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Yeah, you need to let that little fantasy go right now. All right. Anyway, well, I want to thank her for her candor because at least she's a whole lot more brave than a lot of these other females out here. She's a whole lot more brave than that. And I understand she's a whole lot more brave than that. That's the kind of thing that we really need to have. We really need to have that. Let me get called from area code 843. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Ham. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Ham?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ham from Charlotte. What's on your mind?
I'm probably the lady you're talking about right now that I'm not miserable, but I have resolved to being single. And I have good reason. I feel I'm at when you say, what would you rate me? When you rate me, a man would rate me, I would say I'm a 2.
How much do you weigh?
140.
How old are you?
68.
What happened?
Divorce after 25 years.
Who filed?
I did.
Why in the hell how long ago did you file?
Oh, wow. In the 90s, so it's been a few years. They were in 98.
And you said you're 67 now?
68.
68. Okay, so at least 22 years ago.
Yeah.
So you were in your mid-40s.
Yes.
What year did you file for divorce?
98.
Okay, so your mid-40s there. What the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking deal breakers. I was thinking the reason for what he did, and for my way of responding to it.
So
There's certain things I knew I can't do.
You had the power of lashing out. You had the power of doing something. And in the words of Inherit the Wind, you have the power but not the right. And what you really realized was you have the power to destroy yourself. There's the real things. People say, I want to do what I want to do. We want freedom. We should have freedom. We need to have the freedom to do what we want to do. Well, what if the freedom you're asking for is the freedom to destroy yourself? Do we still allow you to do what you want to do? That's the real question. Do we still allow that? 25. You've been married to him.
Between adultery.
Well, slow down.
And freedom.
Well, slow down now. We'll get to that. You said you were married to him for 25 years, correct?
Yes.
So you married him in your 20s. You all met young.
Yes.
Was he in the military?
No.
Okay. Was he black?
Yes.
Did he
definitely.
have any children?
No.
Okay, so you met a black man. Where was he from originally?
South Carolina.
Okay, you met a black man in the Carolinas. Was he employed?
Yes.
Okay, you met a black man employed in the Carolinas. Was he making good enough money to take care of you?
I actually met him in New York. We both moved to New York.
Oh, boy. So his money was straight.
Hmm.
Okay, so you met a black man who was able to take care of you, and you were married to him for 25 years. And then you decided to file for divorce on grounds of adultery?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay.
I would never divorce him for one reason.
Here we go. Okay. He committed adultery. What was your issue with that exactly?
That is a deal breaker for me because
Why?
It's nasty for me. I don't like that. Adultery is not on my list of something you do. I don't like that.
Okay.
I'm not for that. I don't do it.
Let's understand. Let's understand something here, okay? I'm not here to adjust your expectations on that part. But let me ask you the only question that matters. Did he love that woman?
I would say he was infatuated with that woman.
Okay, now infatuation don't count, baby. We was all infatuated when we were in middle school. Okay, so did he love...
Well, I can't explain why he slept with, other than saying that he slept with her, so I'm going to have to assume he was infatuated.
Ma'am. Okay, ma'am. It could have been simply because you were acting a fool at the time and she was available. And she was just emotionally easier to deal with from time to time.
Or I was acting like a mother at the time, and
okay,
he felt
thank
like
you.
he wanted
Thank
to go out
you.
and enjoy
All right,
himself.
Thank you. Because that's the explanation that you're giving. But what you're...
Not his mother, but my children's
Yes,
mother.
ma'am. I understand exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is that at 67 years old, you still don't get it. You changed the deal. This is what a lot of females do not understand when they get pregnant. When you first meet a man, what is the deal that you all have? Well, hell, he's got unlimited access to you all the time. He's got unlimited access. He's got priority. And that's a hell of a good place for him to be in when you're with a female. That's great. The problem is when you all get pregnant, all of a sudden it goes from your attention is solely on him to all of a sudden you're giving most of your attention to these children, and whatever you all were doing beforehand comes to an immediate abrupt stop. And as a woman, because you all are female-centric and self-centered, you're perfectly okay with the drastic alteration in your behavior towards him. Problem, he isn't. And you're just like, well, we had a kid, so you got to suck it up. And that's where you all got life screwed up at. So yes, I can understand if you got pregnant, you had children. Well, I was acting as the mother. Yeah, as I said, you probably started acting a lot differently and your priorities probably changed. And so he took out an insurance policy against those changes in your behavior towards him. because you were okay with what you were doing, but you didn't clear it with him that it was okay to alter the way you were going to behave. You didn't do that first. Well, we're going to go from having sex every other night to having sex once every 2 weeks. And oh yeah, I'll come for you and get to it when ma'am, if I talk to this man, you already know what's going to happen. If I talk to him, he's not going to say what you're saying. So let's just bypass that part. Your behavior towards him changed. It always does. It has to. As a mother, it has to. What I am telling you is that if you cannot manage that properly, just understand, you make the assumption, well, I got a marriage certificate which handcuffs you. Some men will let you do that. Then there are others who will not. You married one who would not. He was with her because she was easier access and was available. The only question you have to ask yourself is, what did he buy for her of any significance? Did he buy her a house? Did he buy her a house? Did he buy her a car? Did he pay her rent? What did he pay for her of any significance?
I would say other than the car, I really don't know.
Okay, the car. Let me find out here. What car were you driving?
Oh God, it wasn't just something ordinary, nothing fancy.
Okay,
I can't remember when we were talking in the 90s, but it wasn't anything extravagant.
Okay, and what was she driving?
He brought her a used Mercedes.
Okay, well, he bought her a used one, so he didn't upgrade. He didn't upgrade this woman, and he didn't and he didn't file for divorce to leave you.
Can I say at least I did not give up my wifely duties? I never said no to him. I never denied him for what he wanted for me. I never stopped what I was supposed to do as a wife in regards to cooking for him, having sex with him, being there for him.
Yes, but your behavior towards him most likely definitely did change and alter. So as far as those other things, I can't really quantify them. I'm pretty sure the sexual activity started to change. How many children did you all have?
2.
There's no way on this side of Southwest Chicago hell that your sexual habits with him maintain the same. Knock it off, ma'am. If you have 2 children,
I never denied him.
Ma'am. No, you're saying you never denied it. What you did was you altered the time frames of it. When you are single and don't have children, you can have sex at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. It's all fair game. When you become parents, you can have sex between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Assuming, of course, the children aren't screaming in the mornings. Ma'am, for you, that's great because you're fulfilling your motherly biological instincts. For the men, this is a huge problem, and you all are completely selfish and do not care when you do that. And this is coming from a guy who has no children. I have no children, and I understand this, seeing this from what's happened to other men. I see how you all do them. You all are completely oblivious and unconcerned about the havoc and problems you're inflicting on the men, because for you, it works for you. Oh, I'm loving having the babies. It works for me. Well, we have to alter the time frames. You're sitting there burping kids. Okay, but it doesn't work for him. It doesn't. So just understand,
to have children.
Ma'am, understand there will be a price to pay. There will be a price to pay. If you alter, just understand, if you walk down this road, there will be complications. And you all will be expected to deal with those complications when they happen. You are not going to be sexually available the way that you were before. You're not going to be emotionally available, which is why I said from the beginning was the emotional part. He used to get 100% of your time and your emotional focus. Now, he got to get in where he fit in. No, that's not going to be an easy adjustment for him to make if he ever makes it at all. He's going to want somebody who will cater to him the way you used to, because that was what he married. He married somebody who was
to have children.
Ma'am, I'm not going to say that he asked to have children because I only have your side of the story, so I can neither confirm nor deny that. But what I will say is that having children is the only reason you get married to somebody.
Exactly.
Okay, so that is the next logical step. He probably felt that you would be able to handle it better. Now, whether or not his expectations were realistic is a different matter. And so I'm not putting all the blame on you. I'm not putting blame on anybody. What I'm doing is explaining to you what happened. Now, his expectations might have been a little skewed, and he might not have actually understood, these are babies. They're not, beanie babies. These are not Cabbage Patch Kids. These are human beings. So when you bring them into this world, your focus is going to shift from being you and your wife centric to being centered on them. And biologically, your wife is going to pivot to that. That's not a choice on her behalf. That's biology. So if he was not prepared for that, that's a different matter. He should have been prepared for that to occur also. But it doesn't change the fact that it happened. The fact that he wasn't ready didn't respond to it so well doesn't change the fact that, by the way, it occurred. It occurred. What we have to be is honest. Once again, I had a female talking about folk abusing her, and now I got one talking about adultery here. Ma'am, monogamy is not a natural condition. Monogamy is a social construct. It's the only real social construct. Gender is not a social construct. All this other crap we talk about. Monogamy is a social construct. That is something that we constructed socially. It does not naturally exist in nature. Monogamy does not naturally exist in nature. We created it so we could facilitate the organized passing down of bloodlines. And it works very well, by the way. It prevents a whole bunch of confusion so that we can have an orderly progression of passing down a man's legacy. That is what monogamy exists for. The orderly passing down of legacy from one generation to the other. Who are the rightful heirs to what this man has done? Who are the ones he wants to give it to, as opposed to this heifer over here got pregnant? Life is messy, but that's the reality of it. So when you are engaged in a relationship with somebody, understand what you're actually signing up for. Monogamy is not a natural state of being. It's not a natural condition. So as a woman, you have to be objective about that. The question isn't, did he sleep with another female? The question is, was he trying to do for her what he does for you? Because that is a man being unfaithful to you. When his family is suffering and his side chick is living lavish. Now that's betrayal. Now, if that was, well, okay. Kid in Heels sits up here and screws up the rules when I give them to people, but certainly your side chicks shouldn't know where you're sleeping. The side chicks shouldn't have better things than your wife has, and the side chicks should never get pregnant. Those are the three things that should never happen. No kids, no diseases. She can't be here, and you shouldn't get her anything nicer than the wife has. Now, if he's doing that, now you've really pissed him off.
Exactly.
So, what I am going to say here is he didn't file for divorce on you, and he got her a used Mercedes. It wasn't like he went and stretched the bank and got a new one. So, ma'am, I'm a former car dealer. He probably could picked up that Mercedes on the damn cheap. It was probably 2 or 3 generations old. So you recognize the Mercedes symbol. And it's like, okay, that damn thing might have been from the EPMD back in Strictly Business video. But I wouldn't be too impressed by that, especially in the 90s. Now, if you told me he got her one in the last 10 years, oh, game changer. But in the 90s, no, ma'am. You could pick up cars. You used to be able to get cars cheap back then. Try it today. So that doesn't carry much weight with me. If he bought her a house, if he was paying rent, if he was doing significant things like that, that's one thing. So far, I haven't heard anything that he was doing for her that was of greater significance than what he was doing for you. I haven't heard anything of equal significance. You had 2 kids. The house you all were living in, were you renting?
No, we were buying it.
Okay, we were buying it or he was buying it?
We. I worked just as hard as he did. He did everything 50-50.
Okay.
I had children, I had a house, I had to do just as much as he did.
All right, well, you had a house.
I would phrase that. I did as much as he did. I probably didn't have to. I did that wrong. That's my error.
Well, first of all, let's be honest. Was he the best you could do? Come on now, let's be real.
No,
Let's be real on a scale of 1 to 10 with the men in New York City when you were 30 years old. The men in New York City would have given you what on a scale of 1 to 10? Even numbers only. Even numbers only, no odd numbers. Even numbers only. What ranking would the men of New York back in 1990 have given you?
Yeah, you're giving me a 10.
The men of New York would have given you a 10?
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, if you don't get your 10-line
At
ass
that
off this...
age, you would wish.
Ma'am.
Trust me. They
Ma'am.
would have. Okay. All right. Well, you give the number. You tell me what they would give me.
Okay, I'm going to send you a text message. You send me a picture. I want to see what the...
Jason, I am not.
Certainly you have a picture of yourself in the 90s. You all do. Let's not play about that there. 10 means something. You can't sit up here, I'd be a 10 because I feel like I'm a 10, like Trump feels like a billionaire. No, ma'am. 10 means something. When you say I'm a New York 10, that means something, ma'am. You can't just throw that around all willy-nilly. When you say I'm a New York 10, that means something.
I know.
That means that in America, you are universally recognized as the baddest of the bad.
I know.
Okay, so when you say that, that means I'm up there with Halle Berry. I'm up there with Pam Grier. I'm up there with Felicia Rashad. I'm up there with all of them.
More like a Diana Ross.
Okay, so you ain't up there with the baddest of the bad.
Okay, yeah, then not. No, then I guess, okay. We'll say 8. But right now I'm a 2, so
Ma'am,
it's totally relevant.
Even if you say you an 8, by the way, that still puts you up there in some very bad company. So when you say a 8, I'm a New York 8, that means something.
Okay, I guess I'm going by the gentleman that were trying to go with me, and I didn't get it.
Okay.
And I chose a man
so you're hold on a second. Hold on a second now. Hold on a second now. So you're saying that you rated it as a New York 8 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then when you filed for divorce 25 years ago, why weren't you able to just hop to one of those fellows who saw you as a New York 8 then? Because you were on the market.
Because I wasn't in New York anymore. We did a Green Acres. He wanted to move back to South Carolina. His
Okay,
territory.
that ma'am.
I left my job.
Interstate 95 is open 24 hours a day. You moved to New York once.
Yeah.
You moved to New York once. If you could have pulled one of those fellows who saw you as a New York 8, you would have pulled one of those fellows who saw you as a New York 8. And by the way, Atlanta is right down the street. Atlanta was popping in the 90s, so it's right down the street. So you had plenty of options.
That's not where my mind was.
Okay, if you rate, I'm just saying, baby, an 8 doesn't have to pull. An 8 is like the moon. It's magnetic. So they would have been hollering. They would have been sitting there waiting. Ooh, we heard you got divorced from Richard. Why don't you come on up here? That's how the conversation goes. If you're an 8 or a 10, the conversation is, heard you got divorced. Why don't you come on up here to Nassau? Come on up here to Mount Vernon. That's how the conversation goes for an 8 or a New York 8 or a 10. We've been waiting on you to divorce that nigga. Get on up here. That's the way that goes. Just had a chick on the phone.
You have to stay connected to do that?
Just had a chick on the... Ma'am, you're a female. We just had... Y'all keep niggas in your Rolodex. Y'all keep back pocket niggas.
No, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Not every.
Ma'am,
say some.
yes.
You're going to have to start using that word some, because I'm going to tell you right now,
Yes.
I was a faithful wife. I did
It's
not. I was
got nothing to do with
introverted.
faithful,
I was
ma'am.
shy, and I did not fool around with anyone else or give anyone else.
Ma'am, women get approached.
They could.
Women get approached for sex 3 or 4 times a day between the ages of 18 and 40. Y'all get approached for sex 3 or 4. Okay, it doesn't matter about that. You know where to go to pick them back up again. You already know where to go. You're not fumbling around wondering where to go. You already know where to go.
But I didn't want to go.
Okay, there's a difference between don't want to go and the old gray mare just ain't what she used to be. So,
I didn't want to go.
Okay, then you made a very bad decision then if you were available and back on the market and chose to just sit there by yourself. That's not very smart. If you were divorced, you should have been jumping straight to another man. Where's the wisdom in getting divorced and just, okay, I'm gonna get divorced and sit here? That's not very smart. So I'm gonna give up one husband and okay, I'm straight. So like I said, I guess that's the reason you were calling is, okay, well, I divorced him and then I just kind of sat down. That's not good battle savvy. But here's the other problem. The other problem is nobody's gonna pay as much as he was. You're in your 40s, you got 2 kids. That guy he was the only person who was as invested as you were. Nobody else was going to pay more than him. You know, you can't go off and go do that and have 2 kids and then somebody else is going to step in and pay 3 times more. I'll pay for you and them kids and some rent. It doesn't work that way. So in reality, the problem with divorcing a man under those circumstances is you're gambling that you're going to be able to find somebody else who's going to step in and be equally or more committed than that man is. And it's going to be extremely hard to do something like that. The guy who gets you pregnant, whether you're married or not, you will never have anybody who is willing to extend as much or pay as much as he is, because he's the guy who got you before you ever had kids. So your value could never be higher. And that's the lesson that needs to be learned there. Now, you said he was committing adultery. So far, he had a side chick. But from what I heard here, like I say, it's kind of iffy about whether or not he was able to actually qualify to retain that. What else was he doing that made him qualify for divorce?
He never really considered me a priority. That's why we end up in South Carolina, because his family was more of a priority than I was. I always felt that. I can't prove that. I felt that.
Okay, it's more of a priority. What does that mean?
Siblings, his parents, means that if I had an issue, they had an issue. What they said would be more dominant than what I wanted and what I said.
Okay.
If
why'd you marry him?
He wanted something to be more like what he wanted than what I wanted. You know, that was always more priority than I was. So
Right.
I never felt that.
But like I say, those are things you knew when you married him. So whatever he was bringing to the table must have been pretty valuable, because you were aware that he was really tight with his family like that. So after you married him, he was still tight with his family like that.
I didn't really meet and know his family as well until after we got married.
Okay, so
sisters,
all right, so
who introduced me. They're
Right.
the ones who introduced me to him.
Okay, so what you're saying is you didn't do your due diligence to find out, by the way, what kind of family. I'm choosing to marry this man, but I can't be bothered to do the due diligence to find out what I'm marrying into.
Ignorance.
Right.
Yes.
So
I did not. That was my fault.
Right. So he never changed. You signed the contract and you were okay with it. He never changed. So once again, I can't blame him for that. So far I haven't heard. So far I haven't heard where he did anything worthy of getting divorced. So far, what else did you file for?
The third one. Okay. The third one was, I didn't realize that it was drugs, but it was. But I thought it was just indifference to me. Yeah, I thought he just kept turning his back to me. But it was more than that, but I didn't realize that until much later. So, as I said,
did your court papers say that?
No.
Okay, so you didn't. Okay, thank you. So you didn't list that on the court.
You're the only one I've ever told.
Well, I'm honored. Thank you very much. But I can't count that as a valid reason then, because if you didn't put that on the court papers, then if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. That's the same.
And that was okay. I didn't want alimony. Yeah. I didn't get alimony. My children were grown. Well, one of them. The other one was a teenager. But I didn't want alimony. He child support, and that only was for like a year and a half. So
let me find out here. Let me find out here. Did he get? Let me find out here. Did he get clean?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
yeah.
it's not. I guess. I mean, either the man's still strung out today, or he got clean.
I don't know then.
Okay, well.
But no, he's not strung out.
Okay, then he got clean. So, like I said, I just had a white woman on here last week who her dude was on fentanyl and he got clean. So, like I say, I mean, things happen in marriages. So, yeah, sometimes there might be some drug use in there. You got to be watchful for that. So, I can't sit up here and say, okay, if they own drugs, go file for divorce. It's like, wait a minute, what happened to better or worse sickness or in health? You know, so we take these vows and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't know I was going to have to live up to it here. So some wives they turned out to be nowadays. So here's the killing part. the killing part is you did the right thing if he was going to be a strung out dope fiend for the rest of his life. If he was just going through some things, he had the drug stint, and then, it's like Joe Budden. He's an ex-fiend, and he got himself back together again, and you jumped ship while he did that. It's not
so it's a combination of all of it,
right,
at one time.
Right, but at the age that you're at right now, how would you have handled that in retrospect?
In retrospect, I would be honest with you, would have handled it the same way. I still would have left. I do not like the messiness of, I know you say it's normal, it's a man thing, and monogamy is real, but I don't like it. It is messy, nasty. And if you being a committed wife and you don't say no and you don't know where you I could not do it. So that is my fault. That is me.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. I hear what you're saying there.
But I can't do it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying there. But here's the only question that really matters. How did that work out?
It worked out. Okay, Jason, I know you think the women are totally miserable being single, but if you've made the conscious decision to do it, and yes, I am lonely. I'm not going to say I'm not lonely. I am, but I'm not miserable. Yes, I would prefer to have a husband, but I am not going to wallow in my tears because I don't have a husband. I'm going to have a life. I'm going to travel. I'm going to do what I need to do.
You're going to travel?
I'm retired. So, yes, and I do it quite often.
Travel with who? What in the holy narcissism is this? Travel with whom?
Mm-hmm. With me. That's who I'm with. That's who I am. I'm not going to just get out there and be. If I divorced him because I'm monogamous and I believe in it, and I'm sure as heck not going out there and just do anything. So, like I said, we went from an 8 to a 2. I feel like I'm a 2 now.
Okay, so what you're saying is,
I'm not happy.
What you're saying is, okay, ma'am, what you're saying is you're not going to take a married couples trip. You're not even going to take a girls trip, plural. You take a girl trip.
I take a girl trip. I take tour trips. Yeah.
This is sad. I'm getting depressed over here. I'm breaking down.
Don't do that. Don't be depressed.
Don't be depressed. Oh, no. This is the perfect time to be depressed. Oh, no. Trust me. This is depression worthy right here. Oh, it absolutely is. You're so glad I don't have sharp objects around here. I just have firearms. But
come on now. Now you're single. Haven't you have things that you've done that you're okay with doing by yourself?
Not on no damn vacation.
Well,
hell
okay,
no,
you don't take
ma'am. No, there is. There would be no.
Men have. You can go get it.
No, ma'am. No. Listen to me. This is like that. Going on vacation like you're by yourself is like having a kitchen with no chairs. Okay, it defeats, or a meal with no utensils. It defeats the entire point of doing it there. You're going to go to a beautiful locale in a beautiful place, beautiful sunset, beautiful beach, and at no time are you interested in fulfilling your full masculinity and femininity. That's a waste of a perfect place. It's a total waste. We're just going to sit here and stare at the damn ocean. You could have took a damn picture. This is a coping mechanism. This isn't even rational. This is just a coping mechanism. Life is supposed to be lived, and it can only be lived with other people. You need to be able to share your experiences. It's the height of narcissism to say the only person. Do you realize, if you all look up the story of Narcissus, if you go take a look at the story of the origin of the term narcissism, and if you go take a look at that, you're going to see that that's exactly what she just described. That's exactly it. She's like, I'm fine by myself. I'm fine on my own.
I have several being fine by myself because of what I prefer that as opposed to just being out there and not getting married again, or men just like, hey, let's go on a vacation, use you, and then, you're back to where you are. I'm just not that type person. I can look at a sunset. I can look at the sunrise and I can enjoy nature and looking at whatever and enjoy my life, dance with whomever, do what I need to do.
Okay, but you're not dancing with
and
anybody.
be okay.
But you're not dancing with anybody. Folks, all I can say is go
Okay.
look up the story of Narcissus. For those of you who don't know the origin of the word narcissism, go look up the story of Narcissus and what she just said. This is, if you all want to know why it is that there's an 80% single rate among black women, if you want to know why it is that they have such trouble and whatnot, it is because narcissism reigns, and that's a disease. That's an illness. That's not healthy. It isn't healthy to talk like that. That's not healthy.
Jason, so are you saying there's a man out there for every single woman, and every single woman should have more than one man, and
no, ma'am.
should have chose to go ahead and marry another man?
No. I'm not saying that there's a
or
man.
Or should I just
okay,
wallow?
I'm answering your question. I'm not saying that there's a man out there for every woman. I'm saying that there was a man out there for you.
And that's over.
To the young women listening, I just want you all to ask yourselves, what type of life do you want? Are you okay with going on a girl trip? Are you all right with that? Or would you rather have someone to share your life with? There will be problems. There will be difficulties. There will be things to overcome. It will be a hell of a whole lot more fulfilling to have someone to share your experiences with, your ups, your downs, your triumphs, your failures, your joys, your sorrows. It will be far more fulfilling, especially have somebody who gives the world of damns about you. I want you all to think about that. For the young women listening, I want you to think about that for a few moments. Because some of these older women are just like, you know what, life is too short to sit here and hold on to my vanity and my ego. That once, especially when you've been through some things and you realize how hard it is to find somebody who really fools with you for real. Do you know how hard it is to find somebody who will loan you $100, much less someone who will pay for the rest of your life? And this is where y'all act entitled. You're not entitled to a man to pay for the rest of your life. You have to find somebody who really fools with you for real like that and is willing to take on that burden and those sacrifices. And he shows up every morning and returns to come do it all over again. And y'all throw them away on a regular basis. And then you wonder why they're on drugs, they're in therapy, they're whacked out, they're crazed, they're sitting up here piling up dogs, bastard children, house plants, cooking recipes, TikTok videos. This is the height of disease and unhealthiness. And to the young women listening, I want y'all to ask yourselves, do you want to spend the rest of your life with a companion who enhances your femininity? The only person who can enhance your femininity is a man. Or do you wish to just get out there and exist?
You are 100% correct, Jason. I totally agree with you. If someone is married and they can go through all of that and everything that they go through and they can continue and stay married, you are absolutely right. I totally agree with you. And I do tell women that all the time. I always give them the comparison of my siblings. I am the only one out of my siblings who got a divorce. All of them. Married at the beginning when they were young. Maybe younger than I was when I got married, and they are still married. 60 years. I think the minimum is 30 years of all the siblings.
And it is worth it to stick with somebody who fools with you for real.
It is.
You will never.
They have something. They pull with you. Yes.
After all that time, they have something that another person cannot buy. They've got loyalty. They've got decades. They know you better than anybody else. They can see things coming. They can handle your business like nobody else can because they know you like nobody else does. And we have discounted that to the point that now the females are just walking around out here. On the plantations, they had to turn black women into these female eunuchs. Today, they sign up for it willingly. And I'm holding this program tonight because we need to break that evil, sadistic, demonic behavior. It is worth it to hang in there. For the men and the women, it is worth it to hang in there. The females have to stop the self-destructive behavior. It is worth it to hang in there. The narcissism isn't worth it. They just get older and broken. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get one more caller here. Caller from area code 337. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Danny from Lake Charles.
Okay, Danny from Lake Charles. Now,
Hello?
I know that's Louisiana, but
Yes.
you should say Louisiana.
Yes, Louisiana. Okay, so I'm glad that I got in right now because I literally was sitting here taking notes, listening to the last lady who just got off and the other lady. And you literally took the words from my mouth. It's like with older Black women, we are the only, and I'll say I'm 38, but it's like they are the only demographic that's complacent with being lonely. Other races, to me, are not that complacent. They're more honest with their bitterness, and it's typically frowned upon and not celebrated. Like when older Black women say things like she just said, oh, I travel, I do these things by myself. That is the most pathetic, and I'm sorry, disrespect, but that is one of the most pathetic things that we celebrate as Black women. And I credit the fact that I have this, I guess, concept, or not concept, but way of thinking from my father. My mother and my father divorced when I was younger, but instead of me seeking that information from my mother about why, I understood what happened. My dad cheated, but talking to my father my entire life, since I was in my teenage years, about why he cheated, his motivation behind it, all made complete sense to me. And it was very similar to kind of what you were asking the lady about, what made her husband cheat. And I don't think we as Black women talk to the right people, or young Black ladies talk to the right people in our lives to try and help guide us. And those people are not our women 90% of the time. You might find a few older women who are going to tell you the honest truth, but most of them are going to tell you something like, oh, I feel much better since I'm not retired, since I'm divorced. I didn't need him. I don't feel any kind of way. But the crazy part is my dad continued to, every action that he had after my mom and him got divorced was centered around wondering if my mom cared enough that he cheated. And his reasons for cheating, I don't know if I made that clear, but his reasons for cheating were simply because she didn't support him. It was nothing else. It wasn't that he didn't feel she was desirable.
Yeah, the narcissism was already there. The narcissism, the self-centeredness, the vanity was already there. And when women talk about abuse and cheating and adultery and stuff, they leave out the fact that, by the way, they were the catalyst. They always leave that part out because it doesn't serve them. So the men are just out here being savages, and the females are perfect wallflowers. But if you were perfect wallflowers, then you wouldn't have an 80% single rate. So they only tell the part of the story that serves them in the manner that serves them, and they leave out it's always the man's fault. Just always, 100% of the time. If you let the females tell it, it's never them coming saying, well, I messed up the marriage, I destroyed the home, I screwed up, I ran him off, I was the problem. They never start the story by saying that. It's always, he did X, Y, Z. And there's the reason why they can't get better. They can't get better because they refuse to take any accountability for the actions that they started, which is why I want to work with the younger females, because they are not quite so set in their ways and stubborn. They haven't bought into the culture yet. And if they can take accountability, then they will be able to achieve the rates of companionship that their great grandmothers had. And that's really where we want to go. Working with the ones who are not set in their ways and they're just comfortable being failures. Because that woman was sitting here bragging about, I can just go off and be by myself. Who in the world? That's a prison sentence.
I was blown away. And even some of the questions when you were asking her. And once again, sister, mother, I don't mean no offense. And even the previous lady, but when you were asking questions and well, why did you get divorced? Well, why did you do this? They were hesitant in asking that. And I'm thinking, hell, you just said you've been divorced since 1998. You had years to think about the reasons why this didn't occur, why this didn't happen or what you did wrong. And you're stumbling over your words, which still like it's like they're still in the defense about it.
Well, she
And,
said
like,
she was a
just
New
being
York
around-
8, so that really tells you everything you
No.
need to know right there. At 40-something years old, a New York 8.
That's insane.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here. What I want to try to do here, because I'm not able to take, I'm going to see if I can try to get in touch with some of these other folk here who were calling here a little bit earlier. I want to try to get them on here, and it's kind of important for me to be able to do that because there were a few folks here who have a few things they need to say, and I'm going to give them the ability to do that. So hang on here for a few moments here. And by the way, if you've been instructed by my mods that I will be in touch with you here, I will be in touch with you. And if not, then just understand you will find yourself in the crosshairs here. So those are not requests. Those are strict orders. Those are strict orders for you here. A lot being learned here tonight, too, by the way. For the young females listening, you have to ask yourselves, how do you want your life to end up here? You've been taught by these older females that it's so easy to quit. And the real thing is they did it because it was easy for them to just give up. And younger females are going to have to ask themselves, do they want a life of being quit? A life of being quit on, a life of losing, a life of doing without, and you just sit there with your narcissism. I'm just fine. I'm just fine. I'm just fine. And you're breaking down in tears. You're a damn mess. You can't focus. Your life is in shambles. The career doesn't fix anything. There isn't a career on earth that can fix a screwed up psyche. If anything, the career just makes it worse and exacerbates it. If anything, it makes it worse and exacerbates it. I've gone ahead and reloaded the program here. So I've gone ahead and reloaded that. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Yeah, we're putting in a little bit of overtime here tonight. We're putting in a little bit of overtime. So Deetra in the chat, you need to go ahead and give us a call here is what you need to do. Deetra in the chat. So you've been instructed to give us a call. You need to go ahead and do that. If she doesn't get on the line here, then we will be in touch. So you had a lot to say in the chat room. We expect for you to have just as much to say out here now. We'll expect you to have just as much to say out here now. So hurry, step right up. I'm sure it'll be a gas. Let me go ahead and see if I can annoy some folks late night here.
Hello?
Hello, Nina.
Hi.
Imagine speaking to you.
You guys are really mean.
Really? And what is mean?
I'm just saying, I was like blocked 3-4 times. I don't know what I said that was so like wrong.
Okay, what was it that you said?
I said that the life expectancy of a black male isn't but 65 years old. So the average life expectancy of a black woman is like 10 years greater than that. And most of the time we outlive the black man. So why like take on all this extra toxic struggle? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. It sounds like you're saying to young people, stay, work it out, despite the bills, despite the diseases, despite the babies that might appear. Just stay. Okay. And I think that is...
I'm not really sure where you got your numbers from, and some folks bandy those things about because they want to believe things. Where'd you get those numbers from?
I just Googled it.
Okay. Well, if you use...
I don't know. When you Google it, what do you get for blackmail?
Ma'am, I've already covered this here before. If you use Google about that, technically speaking here, you're looking at around 71 for black males, around 74 for black females. So it's not a 10-year gap. It's not a 10-year difference. Black females actually lead, as you all know here. Black women actually lead in all the most serious morbidities. So when it comes to life expectancy, black women trail behind all other females. So it's not like there's some 10-year gap. That would be your first clue that can't actually be right. So you might want to update your files on that. Be that as it may,
what are you saying,
ma'am. Be that as it may, however, are you trying to make what exactly is the argument you're trying to make?
Well, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that if we're going to talk about educating young people, I just want, especially Black women, I mean, most of Black women and Black people in general, like, you come from homes that aren't, I don't know, the most healthiest homes. So maybe you don't have like that example of how to get your emotional intelligence up so that you can stay in these marriages. Most of the time, these
let's be
equal.
very, very clear here, Nina. Now, understand something. I give people a little bit of leeway here, and you've been asked several times what you said, and you did not say what you said. So you come across as a bit of a dishonest liar. Would you like to try again? Ma'am, You know what you said. Would you like to try again to own up to your words, or are you going to just keep being a coward? Which is it?
Wait, I'm not trying to be a coward.
Okay, you sure are coming. Okay, you sure. Yeah, this is what happens every time. This happens all the time. They're usually just cowards, and when they're told to call in, they never want to own up to their words. So you're coming across just understand, anybody who thinks that she's making sense right now, you better not put your ma'am, don't talk over the host. We don't do that here. You had every opportunity to state exactly what you said. But then again, when you're a little coward, this is pretty much what they do. And this is a very bad sign for the young Black females. Don't turn out like this. These old females, they're typical pathological liars. And that's another negative trait that they need, the young ones need to get rid of. Yes, ma'am. Your exact words were, quote, Black men die around the age of 60 and 65 and 70. Black women live about 10 more years longer. More women than men. Please, women, work on yourselves. These men ain't S. I might be the cause. He might be the cause. So yes, that was what she said. Women, work on yourselves. These men ain't S. Yes, she hung up because she did not want to have to stand by her words. So yes. And by the way, D, you can go ahead and ban her now. Moving right along, by the way, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, well, let me make sure here. Hold on just a moment. All right, got that taken care of. All right, caller from 310. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay. This Negro is at the bowling alley with the baby, trying to do something there. No, folks, understand something. We are very thorough in what we do. We are very concise. And if you say something, we will be able to show you exactly what it was you said. If you are instructed to call in, you are instructed to call in because you know what you said. And she didn't want to have to stand by what she said. So I want the younger females to understand these old hoes. Yes, I said it. These old hoes are used to losing. They're used to losing on a regular basis. They're not used to winning anything. And all they really can do is stand in a room full of people and lie. They are not going to tell the truth. They're not going to stand by their words. They're not going to stand by their statements. They're not going to do that. When they start talking that crap, if they don't come out the gate talking about they were wrong, yeah, they're just going to start lying. Now, if you follow them, you're going to follow in the lies also. If you've been instructed by my mods to call in, you need to go ahead and call in, by the way. The telephone lines are back open again. The number is 646-787-1933. So if you've been instructed to call in, the phone lines are open. I recommend you call before you go on a permanent vacation here. In the meantime here, yes, we've had some good calls here tonight that really illustrate a lot of what's going on there in that regard. And by the way, I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should tolerate adultery in a marriage. I'm not here to tell you that. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should expect it or you should be okay with it. What I am going to tell you is if you think for a moment that you are going to get with a man, you're going to have 2 or 3 kids with him, and you think that you're going to come have a a few kids with a man, and then you're going to hop yourself back out here into the sexual marketplace. You're going to divorce him, walk back out here with your stretch marks, your sagging skin, your baggy eyes, your kids in tow, and you're going to be able to pull another one like him. You're totally out of touch with yourself. You don't have the same leverage you did. You're not the same woman that you were. You are a completely different being. Before you got pregnant, your midsection looked totally different than it does now. This man is getting a completely different creature. You're older. You got more baggage. You don't even talk as nice as you used to. You are out of touch with the passage of time and where you actually are in life. All these other folk lying to you. Well, I look good for 30. Okay. I look good for 35. I look good for 40 to the guy who got you pregnant, to the man who married you. Nobody is going to value you at the same level as that man who married you or that man who got you pregnant. Nobody is going to do that. So what they do is they get together with a bunch of other females who sit here in a circle and lie to them because the reality is too damn crushing. Instead, we need to be dealing with you with the truth, because that's what you're going to have to live with. You're going to have to live with the truth of where exactly you actually rank. That's what you're going to have to live with. But it's hard to get that because what we have is a media apparatus, a corporate apparatus, a television apparatus, an online social media apparatus that will reinforce whatever nonsense you want to believe. There's going to be a group, a Facebook group, Instagram, whatever else that will reinforce the garbage. Never mind the fact that you've gotten older. Never mind the fact that you've aged out. Never mind the fact you have no winnings to take off the table. Never mind any of that. I'm talking to the younger females who are not defeated. These older females are defeated. These older females are defeated, and I want you to understand how they got in that situation. Because all they're going to do is advise you to follow in their failed footsteps. You know why? Because these old hoes don't want to go on a girls' trip by themselves. They will go with anybody. They will go with anybody. They're just looking for somebody to hang out with. Because they ran off the men who actually would have been committed to them and would have stuck with them. They ran them off. Now they're just stuck looking to see if they can find anybody and everybody to hang on to them there. No, you had 40 damn years. Where the hell is your man at? Don't be coming over here with me having to wipe off the dog hair off of my arm when you trying to hold on to me. Where's your husband at? Caller from area code 470. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, hey, so Mike from Atlanta. I was calling in to ask about your thoughts on that Chelsea Krish situation. I know that you have a psychological background and you have a structured approach to that. So she left like a note saying how she was turning 30 and how society looks down on women who age and how that was getting to her and all the psychological trauma behind that. And she just jumped off of a building. And I was wondering.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, you're talking about the Miss USA winner, contestant, whatever.
Yes,
you know, I try not to speak ill of the dead. I try not to do that. I have a personal rule about that. She obviously was dealing with some issues there. Certainly it was long-standing. I think I'm not really sure. I don't think age was the thing about it here. I think that what happens is in society, we lie to females. We lie all the time. And this is what happened to her is the real danger of a society that reinforces the culture of lying to women instead of telling them blatantly that there's a problem. Because if you're cute, people don't care if you're crazy. If you're cute, people don't care if you're thrown off. If you're cute, people don't care if you're talking silly. People don't care. They'll sit there and open the doors for you. They'll give you all kinds of access. If you do drugs, they'll give you that too. If you're cute, if you're a beautiful woman, the world will lie to you. It'll lie to you every day. If you tell them that it's raining poodles and ice cream cones outside, folks will be like, oh, it sure is. If you're a beautiful enough woman, you'll lie and the world will lie along with you. Problem, at some point, the reality seeps into view. So I noticed that there wasn't a man involved. I noticed I didn't see that. Didn't hear anything about the father, so things like that. So there were a number of different obvious warning signs that I saw there. But there's only a limited amount of information. I haven't seen anything that constitutes a smoking gun. But clearly, I think the mother said something like she'd been dealing with issues for a while. So this isn't the first time that something like this reared its head. This isn't the first time. This is just the first time she was successful with it. But this wasn't the first time that something like this reared its head. So once again, when somebody is having suicidal ideation and it's repeated, and you need to take that seriously. This idea that they're beautiful, they got everything to live for. They were born that way. They didn't earn it, so they don't value it the way you do. They're just like, well, hell, this just happened. I mean, I'm just here. It's just I didn't choose the way I didn't have to earn the way I look, so I don't value it the way the rest of you do. The rest of y'all got to struggle to get this. I was just born this way, so I don't have to value it the way you do. So in other words, that doesn't elevate her status in her own head. In her own mind, if she sees herself as an unworthy, ugly duckling, then that's an issue. That no amount of us badgering them that don't worry, you're better than that, it's not going to get through, because she has to live with herself. She's got to live with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know you're absolutely right. I was just wondering because with her, you're talking about Valentine's and her not having a partner, would that have played on her psyche? Her being 30, was that like a part of it?
Well, I mean, certainly that could have been. Like I say, I am very apprehensive to subscribe specific issues to it, but certainly the fact that I didn't hear about a man in her life, that was the first thing that came to me. It's like, okay, because usually you're supposed to have something to live for, and especially at her age, you're supposed to have somebody with you. But what if you don't get along with people very well? What if you don't know how to talk to them? What if all you've ever had to rely on was being cute, and that did all your talking for you? What if the caliber of men that you meet are not really what you're looking for or whatever? What if all you had to offer the world was being cute and you don't actually have a skill? Now what? So there's a number of different factors that could have played into that. I can't point to a specific one. Yeah. What I will say is it might have been better if she had somebody who was close to her that she could talk to, that she could focus on. But I would also need to know how long she was carrying on that suicidal ideation. Because if that was something that had been going on for like a decade, then her mother should have been on top of that. But there's in my opinion, there's still too much information missing. There's still too much missing. What she said there was no smoking gun in what she said. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. If you've been instructed by my mods to go ahead and call in, you need to go ahead and do that. The telephone number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. We're not going to be on terribly much longer here, by the way. We got almost 3,000 people in here. We had 3,000 before they started messing with my stream there. But definitely I'm glad to have you all with us here. I'm going to be doing a program here soon analyzing Claire Huxtable and Claire Underwood. So from the Cosby Show and House of Cards. So just be looking for that as well. A lot of good game we're going to be able to chop up for you there as well. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 310. You're on live.
Yeah, it's been Malcolm from Carson. Can you hear me?
Okay. Your phone is terrible. Call back when you get some real service here. Matter of fact, call back next week here. You're not ready for life. I started off tonight's program talking about a young lady that I had spoken with. I started off tonight's program talking about her. I would like to end tonight's program with a little bit of anecdote here about myself and the way I see things, and hopefully it'll be something that you all are able to take some value from here as well. I talked to a young lady who was afraid. And she was taught to be afraid by her parents. She was taught to be afraid by her siblings. She was taught to be afraid by everybody around her. She was taught to be afraid to say what she really needed. She was belligerent. She was arrogant. She was vain. And when she was on the phone with me, I told her that she was uncoachable and that there would be nothing that men could do with her. The only difference between her and some of the older women that you've heard here tonight is that she's young enough that she takes these things to heart as a real warning. As women get older, they start racking up L's. They start racking up losses. And then they become comfortable losing. They lose the will to fight. They lose the will to win. And they eventually sink into a demoralized state where they become comfortable losing. And the problem is, if you are with a man or wish to have a man who is a winner, he is not going to be interested in shackling himself to that. So that is the ideology I want you to let go of here. I want you to understand that you are not a woman if you don't have a man. That is why it's called a competition. Is there a man for every woman? Actually, no, there isn't, which is why you need to take it damn serious. If there is a competition, no, there will be plenty of you left without a chair when the music stops. You need to take it seriously. You need to take it deadly seriously. But you also need to be honest with yourself about what your problems are so that you can make yourself somebody that a man of means would actually want to deal with. Because that's going to be equally as important, probably more important. Probably more important. The issues that confront us here are not new. None of these things are new. Your ability to accept it and assimilate it is what will be new. And for the females who are over the age of 30, just understand you have entered a society now that sees you completely differently because they have seen that you are narcissist, vain, and you will literally sit there and tell somebody, I know what I'm doing is wrong and doesn't work, and I'm going to do it anyway. At that point, only someone who's suicidal holds on to you. I want to give you some things to the young females. I want to give you some advice that the older females will not give you or will not articulate while you're sitting there with your brandy or your Merlot, and maybe you're sitting in a house that you paid for, maybe you're sitting in a car that you paid for, and you are abysmally, totally by yourself. Because with all of your gathering, all of the material items in the world, you have failed at the most basic necessity that a human being needs: interaction with someone who understands them. So let me explain to you exactly where it is that these older women went wrong with you so that you can understand. First and foremost, you are here to make sure that you have a man of competence, a man of reliability, a man of intellect, and a man of ambition. He is going on a mission in life, and he was starting on it before he met you, and you hitch on for the ride. I am not here to guarantee you that it will be easy. It probably won't. And the more ambitious he is, the easier it will not be. I'm not here to tell you that this man is going to be an easy man to get along with. The better he is at handling, we live in a savage world, and the better he is at handling this savage world that we live in, the harder he probably is to deal with some of the time. But you need a warrior who can handle this. This idea that you get to be as difficult as you wish to be and that the world is here to kiss your ass, these old women sold you a lie. Your job is to convince this warrior king that he should take you under his protection and provision, not the other way around. Most men that you are going to meet today are total and complete lames. Well, never mind the fact that most females are. Problem, most females understand that their survival is going to depend on the quality of man that they get. So you see, a man being with a lame female is not the same as a female being with a lame man. A man is not depending on that lame female for his survival. The female is depending on that lame male for her survival. So when you say the man is lame, he is weak, he's a beta, that's an existential threat to her. It's an annoyance when it's a female. It's a threat to your life when you're a male doing it. So first and foremost, ladies, you need to know what the priorities are. emotionally catering to you, emotionally pandering to you, get your girls and get you a hobby. Hopefully this man is catering enough, and if you are feminine enough, he definitely will. But it's not going to be some soap opera crap. You are going to have to understand, good enough will do. Good enough will do. His priority is his burden of performance, not his burden of the young and the restless. You're the one who screwed up if you're thinking in those terms. Next, you need to have a man, and this is very, very important. You need to have a man who is ambitious. You can't put ambition in him. Ambition in a man, true, genuine ambition is like finding a rooster with gold teeth. It is ultra, super rare. And you will not get to choose what package it comes in, but you better latch on to it. It is one of the most essential qualities that you will have, because it is the only thing that guarantees that he will continue to perform whether you are pushing or whether you're not. And you need that to be the case. He will not always have access to you. You don't want him to be dependent on you, and you don't want it to be a situation where he only produces so long as you're there to motivate him. Do you know how damn hard it is to make $100,000 in this country? Only 8% of the population does. Do you know how damn hard it is to make $250,000? Only the top 2% do. So when you have a man who is able to enter that rarefied air, especially if he's black, you need to be grateful for that. I said the word is grateful. You need to accommodate to the environment. As I said on Facebook, the man who will give you everything will not be easy to deal with. And the man who is easy to deal with will never give you everything. Ladies, you are going to have to choose what you're going to fight for. You'll have to choose that. But just understand, while you'll tell yourself for a moment, well, this will just be a temporary, I can take the pain, I can take it, I'll be fine. These are cautionary tales that were on the phone. These were cautionary tales. The next thing to understand is, ladies, don't ever allow another female to walk off with your winnings. That is the dumbest thing you can do. If you have been with a man and you have worked with a man and you have built it up, there's a reason why the divorce courts work the way they do. If you've been with a man and you have worked with him and you've helped him build up something, and then you get divorced and he walks off and you're sitting there with your emotional pride, well, at least I've got my pride and I've got my self-worth and dignity and my peace of mind and I feel better here. Really? No. Struggling isn't supposed to give you peace of mind. You need to be on medication if that's the case. You don't, to the young ladies listening, do not ever, that's where Misi got it right. Don't ever allow another female to walk off with what you worked for. You are never to do that. You are to fight hammer and tong to keep what you have worked for. You won't get another 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You won't get those years back. If he is your man and he is your producer, the other reason you hang on for dear life is because he's holding what you built. He is holding the keys to the life that you've built. He is holding the keys to the life that you've helped facilitate. The number one reason why women go into poverty is because of divorce. But I will take it further. The number one reason that women are in poverty is the lack of a man. Show me a woman who doesn't have a man, and I will show you a woman who is constantly teetering. At best, she is teetering on the brink of financial disaster at all times. Show me a female who is in financial dire straits now, and I will show you a female who at some point had a producer and gave him up. This is not a maybe. This is not an if. You are to hold on. Last but not least, stop assuming that every man loves you. Stop assuming that every man is equally enamored with you. Stop assuming that you're just God's gift to the world. All of you walk around here telling everybody that you're hard 8s. Most of the females here, it doesn't matter their age, whether they're 16 or 69, they're running around telling the world that they're a hard 8. All of you are rating yourselves at an 8. Then we take a look at your lives and we don't see 8 outcomes. We don't see 8 results. We don't see 8 productivity. We don't see men giving you an 8 anything. The only place we hear that you're an 8 is from you, but when we take a look at your life, we don't see a 8 life. We just see a chick working every day. You just have a chick working every day. The occasional dude comes and flops on you, but you ain't living an 8 life. You're just telling the world you're an 8. To the young females, divorce yourself from that arrogance. These older chicks are telling you their lives are lit. And in reality, they're just a bunch of old women working their asses off. Because they're so hard-headed and stubborn to deal with that they never decided to do something smart. I don't like to do this kind of thing. I don't like to do this kind of thing, but I will. And I hope that you will benefit from it. To the men who are listening right now, to the men who are listening, and to the women, I want you to eavesdrop in as well about what I'm about to say here next. I came to the philosophies that I have, and it's been mimicked by the manosphere and the rest of them, because they work. Because they work. I don't worry about dating. I worry about power dynamics. Because at the end of the day, that's going to define my place in the world as a man. Either I have it or I don't. But I've watched a number of women who did not appreciate it. And it has never worked out well. I have become middle-aged and I have watched as every single one of them, 100%, this disease has a 100% fatality ratio. It's got a 100% fatality rate. I have had women that I have bought jewelry for, bought cars for, bought all types of manner of material items that you can imagine here. And my productivity has increased. I stayed focused on that. I wish I could tell you that they all appreciated it, but that's not true. They didn't. I wish I could tell you that they all understood that it was rare. I wish I could, but that's not true either. And I have watched and witnessed as they have become middle-aged and they have become struggling. And I've seen as I went over the math, because I have accountants and I have people that's what we do on a regular basis. And I went over the math and everything just came back to the same thing, that it will be impossible for them to retire. It will be impossible for them to have a better life. The math isn't there. The numbers aren't there. So when you hear some woman jump on the phone here and say that she's okay being 67 years old and on a scale of 1 to 10, she's a 2. At one time, she was a 8. I just want all the females who are hard-headed and otherwise telling themselves, I can do this myself. It won't take a toll on me. Every day you have to leave your house, it takes a toll on you. Every day you have to come out here in the world and do socioeconomic hand-to-hand combat against men and other women who have taken on the characteristics of men. It takes a toll on you. Every day that you have to carry those burdens yourself, it destroys you. Every single day. And eventually you just wake up this really screwed up, schizophrenic, little weird individual. This little weird, crazy being. Where there used to be a woman. And you got there because you became comfortable suffering in silence. And your arrogance and conceit are not going to remove the rent. It's not going to remove the car note. It's not going to remove the life that you were hoping to have. And that's what this is all really about. This is all really about having the life that you want. That's what I'm really talking about here. This is really about having the life that you want. To the young women listening, there are still men today who will give you the world. They will give you everything. There are still men today who having you around incentivizes him. He's motivated and now you incentivize him. There are men today who want to see you rolling nice. They want to see that because you represent him. There are men today who are willing to give you everything. But understand the cost of getting everything is always going to be everything. You can't be a mediocre chick. You can't be selfish and expect a man to be selfless. You can't be narcissistic and expect a man to be generous. You're going to have to show him you're his best option. And you have a short window of time to do so. I've witnessed it. I've lived it. I've seen it. And it was not what I wanted because I know it doesn't bring me any joy necessarily. I mean, we know about Schadenfreude, but the truth of the matter is it doesn't bring me any joy necessarily to know that their lives are harder and more difficult today. It doesn't bring me any joy to know that they were talking big crap in my face, but when the numbers came down, they couldn't do it. Life was what happened while they were making plans. When they were talking to me, they were okay working the rest of their days. I've already done that. You don't get those 20 years back. You don't get those 10 years back. To the young women listening, be smarter than this. Don't make the mistakes that these older women made. Don't give away your winnings. When you actually hit the jackpot, when you actually do get the table, when you actually do achieve it, get up, gather your chips, and leave the casino. And when you get home, now that you've made it to the top, be prepared to do what's necessary to stay at the top. If I could give you any piece of advice, what I've told you tonight is at that. I know this is very much different from what you all heard from Valentine's Day last year, but you don't need to hear a bunch of finger pointing. What you need to hear is how you can make your lives better. And when you meet a man who is a producer, and yes, we do have to deal with making sure that you're meeting real producers as opposed to phony ones and whatnot, but it's going to be your job to do what a woman does. A woman assimilates to a man and becomes a fit to him. It's not up for men to alter themselves to become a fit to you. You are the feminine. You're supposed to become a fit to the man. And there are too many women who want the man to change and become a fit to them. No man who is going to produce for you is ever going to allow you to alter him. And if you succeeded, you would turn him into something you didn't even want anyway. That's the crazy part about it. Leave them alone. When you find a man who is driven, when you find a man who's like, hey, what I'm doing in life right now is not enough. I got to do a lot more. Grab him. Hold on for dear life. There won't be another one. You won't get another chance. You hit the lottery. The idea that you're going to hit the lottery 3 or 4 times is nonsense. Swallow your pride. Swallow your ego. It's the only thing that will be worth it. You have a bunch of other females telling you don't have to do that. Those are the ones who lost, and they're perfectly fine watching you lose with them so they can go on their vacation cruises and you can join them. But just understand, as you get older, it will not feel good to you. You will become older, and one day you're going to walk somewhere and you're going to see a couple and you're going to be angry. You're going to see a couple that did nothing to you, and the memories will come flooding back and you will be angry. You'll be mad. You'll be taking a look as that man is sitting there with his woman, and he might be significantly younger, who knows, but all the things that you could have had and should have had, and now you don't. That is the part that will break you. When you get older, that will break you. And when I mean older, I mean your late 30s, 40s. It will break you in half. Because as a female, you weren't built to work like men. The only work you need to do is getting along with that man. That's the only work you need to do. And too many of you are impossible to deal with. Alter that. Change that while you can. To the young, don't listen to the old. They've already lost the game. They just want a peaceful death, and they want to drag you with them. I'm glad that I have young females who contact me who have a little bit more sense about that. But don't allow these older women to make you make all the mistakes they did. To the females who called earlier tonight, did you recognize those were all the mistakes? The men that they were with, those men didn't stop building, they didn't stop producing. The men went on. Even the one who got off into drugs, he got clean and he kept it pushing. They went off and got other women. They continued to produce. They got other women. Well, the one woman says, well, he had a third wife. Yeah, he never stopped producing. Not for the first wife, not for the second, and not for the third. The first wife is talking about she's going to have to work till she dies. That's a stupid ass game plan. Pride and ego are the biggest issues that our women deal with right now. It's godless and unnatural, but that's where they are. To the young females, be smarter than that. Be smarter than that. Recognize that you want to live your life broken the same way. There isn't a man out there for every woman, but if you are the right woman, you've probably met a man who is willing to give you the world. That's the one you hold on to. That's the one you deal with. That's the one you work with. That's the one you fight for. That's the one you hold it down for. That's it right there. Or you can make a prideful decision and just understand you'll be carrying the consequences for the rest of your life. I see somebody's on the phone line here. Caller from area code 734. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Sierra, and I'm calling from Detroit.
Okay, did you say Yera or Sierra?
Sierra.
Sierra from Detroit. How old are you, Sierra?
I am 31.
Sierra is 31 years old. What's on your mind?
I was just calling to agree with everything that you said. I just recently divorced last year, and I met in the process of becoming a producer. I went through abuse during that marriage. I was married for 8 years. My divorce was finalized last year. I met my now current boyfriend during that divorce, and things have been good. He actually was the one who introduced me to your broadcast, and I've been listening ever since. Prior to me listening to your broadcast, there was a lot of things that I did not know until I was introduced to you. So I'm just grateful that he introduced me to this broadcast, because without it, I feel like I would have been lost or still playing the field or even giving up on Black men as a whole. So I just want to just thank you for what you're doing. And
you're very welcome about that. Let me find out a couple of things
you.
here, though. Do you have any children?
Okay. I do.
How many?
I have 4.
So you have 4 children?
Yes.
Okay, you have 4 children, and yet you were able to get another man.
Yes.
How old is he?
He is 36.
Okay, he's 36. Does he have any children?
Yes, he has 2.
Okay, so between the 2 of you, there's 8 people.
Correct.
That's a lot of mouths to feed.
Yes, it is.
What's the game plan?
What's the game plan? He's a truck driver, and I'm actually currently not working. He's allowed me to quit my job to pursue other things, to start a business of my own. At some point, we have talked about marriage. So that's the stage that we're in right now.
I strongly recommend that I don't know why you thought it was a good idea to get divorced the first time, because I'm hearing a whole lot of similar things there, and I don't know why you thought it was a great idea the first time. I'm just going to tell you right now, 31 years old with 4 kids. Okay. I suggest you hold on for dear life. I have it under good authority that this is the last train leaving.
Oh, I know that. I definitely know that, and I have been holding on for dear life. I don't take anything that he's doing for granted. I've been holding on for dear life. That's why I said I'm glad that he introduced me to your podcast, because I take everything that you say to heart. I don't take anything for granted at all. Because like I said, there were things that I didn't realize or understand prior to coming into contact with you. So I know that and I believe that. So I've been doing everything that, he asks of me.
How long have you two been together?
Coming up on 2 years in June.
Okay. Well, certainly, if you all do decide to get married, that would be a interesting thing for you to do there. So that's an option for you as well. What I will tell you is, regardless of any of that, if he's willing to fool with you for real, under whatever circumstances, I would recommend that if he's providing for you and doing things for you, I would recommend that under whatever circumstances that you make the best of it. The statistics are very, very clear, especially in an area like Detroit. The stats are very, very clear. 34 years old with 4 kids. 35 years old with 4 kids. By the way, how old are the 2 youngest?
5 and 2.
How long you been divorced?
Since last year.
Okay, something's not quite right here. You've been divorced since last year, but you've been with this man for 2 years.
Yes, I filed for divorce at the end of 2020, and I was pregnant at the time with my now 2-year-old, so that's where that comes in. I met him the following year, shortly after the child was born. So sorry, I was pregnant in 2019, had the child in 2020, and then shortly after the divorce was filed, I met him last year.
Okay, well, that'd be like you've known him for 1 year then.
Sorry, Jason. I'm getting the dates confused.
No, that'd be like
2019, I was pregnant with my 2-year-old. I had him September 2019. Shortly after that, I filed for the divorce. So I met him in 2020. Okay. So sometime around February.
Okay. Well, I have a feeling that if we go back a little bit further, we might find the dates overlapping a little bit. I'm starting to have a feeling we might find the dates overlapping. Be that as it may, that's where we're at right now. So I am going to tell you right now, you've got young children. How old is your oldest?
He's 11.
Okay. So, like I say, you got a good another decade to go before that one's off.
Yes.
So, 35 years old, single mom with 4 kids by herself. Those are hellacious odds to have to deal with. And that would be a formidable task to have to deal with, even as a divorcee. Because, like, for example, What does your ex-husband do for a living?
He's in the military.
Okay, he's in the military, but, like, how much in child support are you getting? Are you getting any child support at all?
No, he's ordered to pay, but I'm not getting any.
Yeah, there you go with that. And even if he were, how much would you be getting?
A little over $1,200 a month.
Okay, so 4 kids, $300 a head, and you're not even working. So those are formidable odds to be against. Children are expensive, and they don't get less expensive as they get older. And you got 4 of them. So, and you're just at the beginning of raising 2 of them. By the way, I didn't even ask about the third one, but You're at the beginning of raising two of them and only halfway with the oldest. So with the man that you're with here now, yes, I definitely endorse by hook or by crook. I'm not going to necessarily tell you have to do the Kathy Bates thing from Misery, although you might want to keep it in mind. You keep that one in reserve. That might be a thing for you, but yes, hold on to this man for dear life. I have it under good authority. This is the last train leaving. And whatever issues you all might have, you are an older woman today. Work it out.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. A lot to learn here tonight. I want to see you all do better. I want to see you all win. I want to see all of our sisters win. Because if they're winning, we'll be doing better as a people. This is not about Valentine's Day. February 14th is just another day of the year. It's not about Valentine's Day. But it is about understanding that if you are comfortable being alone, if you've told yourself that you're comfortable losing, if you are comfortable getting up with nothing, if you're comfortable struggling, that's a problem. And there are a bunch of you who are suffering in silence because you're unwilling to admit that you need that man. You're unwilling to admit that your life is less because of it. If the older women didn't tell you, somebody is trying to tell you now. We've been on here for a while tonight here, over 4 hours. So we've done it again here at the Definitive School of Power Dynamics. I'm very glad to have you all with us here. If you are new to the business, welcome to the program. Click that red subscribe button and that yellow notification bell. And if you haven't considered joining our Patreon, as you all know, it really goes down over there. So definitely make sure that you consider joining that as well. I get to go into more depth and I get to go here on YouTube and get to talk about some things that they don't let me talk about here. So definitely it's good to have that as well. I want to thank all of you here for joining us tonight. I hope that you will do things better. I hope that you will give each other a chance. I hope that you will start having more faith in each other. I am hopeful that you will want to be better men and better women. I am hopeful that you will stop thinking to yourselves, I gotta get them before they get me. Don't deal in bad faith. Deal with people who fool with you for real. Learn to forgive. Learn to understand. Learn to be softer. A little less callous. Learn to take care of your fools. Learn to take care of your friends. And learn to take care of your business. This concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from all around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.